Good morning, Irish eyes are smiling. Good morning, William. Good morning, Mary Ann Nizzo. Everybody's talking about the Lindsay Clancy trial. My Lord. We're waiting for a verdict. Welcome to day 23. It was sent out to the jury yesterday. My poll has turned. So I looked at it this morning. And granted, this isn't a huge sampling. This is like 1,000 or so of you. Okay. Who watch my channel. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if it's people who watch my channel. I don't know who it is. But I would think that you're more likely to see this poll if you watch my channel. We have, let me see if I'll show you what I'm looking at. We have, how is the Lindsay Clancy trial going to end? 33% say in a conviction. So that is the same percentage as the people say hung jury. Most people think it's going to be an acquittal, 35%. Some kind of, and I put every kind of soft verdict in there with acquittal. So if she gets manslaughter or anything like that, I put that in acquittal because she's been waiting to go to trial. I don't think a manslaughter conviction would see her do, I don't know if she'd ever even go to prison. Her jail time in these very cushy quarters may do it. And she may have a privileged life in every way, including a license to murder her children. But I see more and more people out there on social media saying that this is insane, that this is some kind of proof of a breakdown in our society. But this is what I've been talking about for 9 years on my channel. So this isn't anything new to me. I don't know where these people were when Making a Murderer became all the big rage. And if you know Stephen Avery's history, that's Teresa Hallback's killer. That's the subject of was the subject of a Netflix documentary. I mean, I say documentary loosely. It's really more like an advocacy flick. The filmmakers embedded themselves immediately with the defense, and even before the evidence came out, were supporting his innocence. I'm talking about Teresa Hallback's murderer, Stephen Avery, and his co-killer, Brendan Dassey. That was like a sensation. They almost got Brendan Dassey out because he was a juvenile, and there's so much money behind pushing out these juveniles after a very little time in prison. So we saw the very same thing with Brendan Dassey in Making a Murderer, making Brendan Dassey to look like some kind of victim. Oh, he's slow. They would show edited tapes of the police interview and say, see, he wasn't really treated well. Where were all these people when Serial was a sensation? It's the biggest podcast in the world for a while. This is way before Joe Rogan took over the scene. Where were these all? Where were all these people? Is it just because she stood up and said she did it? If she said she didn't do it, is that the difference? Is that what we call doubt? I don't know. Is that why people feel so confident to speak out on this one? I don't know where all these people were. When other killers were made out to look like victims. I mean, this has been going on for decades and decades. So I don't know. A very good, I thought it was a very good, I give it about like a B plus from the prosecutor, Jennifer Sprague, who's my more favorite of the two between Shanann Buckingham and Jennifer Sprague. I prefer Jennifer Sprague. I think she's the stronger prosecutor. Although I think that this prosecution team has taken on a very weak position. They seem to have adopted a lot of the defense's narrative of this case, and they conceded a lot. Is that a winning strategy? I don't know. We'll see. I was looking at, we're just waiting for the jury to like come in and then be sent out. Okay, hold on. I was looking at Beth Stuckey, her takedown of Lindsay Clancy, but so it seems to be being used by conservatives, this case. Here's what I'll show you. To say that this is the example. I don't think this is, you can break down this on political lines. I think Democrats do a little bit more of this pro-killer stuff. The ACLU and the Innocence Project, et cetera, but Republicans have definitely gotten in on it, for sure. Whether it's Julius Jones or, two Oklahoma cases, actually, I'm thinking of. Julius Jones and Richard Glossop. Julius Jones, of course, is Paul Howell's murderer. Okay, hold on. And Republicans just got Richard Glossop out of death row. And got him another trial. So they've been working for years to do that. So hold on one hot minute. So Dana Loesch, who used to work for the NRA, I don't know a lot about her, but she had a take that was very similar to mine on Lindsay Clancy. Take a listen. And she's like, I don't know anything about the case. I don't know anything about the case. I was like, are you using just your common sense? Strangely, she did not go with the prosecution's theory that Lindsay Clancy was really mentally ill. And she wanted to end it all, and she was too much of a control freak. She really wanted to end it all, and she was too much of a control freak to have other people raise her kids. Does anybody believe that's true? Besides that expert. Does anyone who came up with this theory, does anyone really believe that's true? I don't even believe the prosecution believes it's true.
I don't do true crime. And I don't do there's certain things that I don't do. I don't do true crime really, unless we talked about this, unsolved mysteries. Only because Robert Stack is just, he's amazing. But I don't get into a lot of the true crime because it's
very smart. She's going to go on to say it's too depressing. Spoiler alert. It's too depressing, but politics, talking about atrocities in the world is uplifting. I thought that was interesting. It's because the community is so toxic. The community is so toxic. Because to have a successful true crime channel, you have to support one guilty killer or another, eventually in order to look not biased. Wink, wink.
It's just so damn depressing, right? The world by itself is depressing enough. And I just feel like it's like, do we really want to add on to that? Now I'm looking up, hold up, I'm pulling up bear with me. Because the Lindsay Clancy trial, the prosecution just wrapped. I don't know if you guys, I don't, like I said, I don't listen to I will look at like evidence and things like that. Obviously, if I'm going to talk about it, I'll do enough to.
She didn't do enough. Sorry. She didn't do enough. Because she's gonna bring up a point that could have been easily answered by the evidence.
I read about it and I'll, to talk about it. But I don't listen to every single, because I don't have time. Like most of you, damn, you work, right? Not everybody's living off their British gay husband. Sorry, wait, that was Gal Sharpton. But this whole trial, this has been, I think, a Rorschach. I don't know. Have people always just really watched these trials, or is it more now than it ever has been? And I don't mean to like take the long way about this, but because I'm going to unload here in a second. Wait. But I am curious. Is this new?
I don't think it's new. Almost the whole world was watching the OJ trial. I'm aging myself. It was such a big deal that it interrupted the Knicks game. I remember that. OJ's chase. I don't know. I think we've always had these high-profile trials in America. Are there more of them? You could maybe argue. I don't know.
That it is such a big, because we've got conferences now. My cousin has gone to these true crime conferences. But that's my question. Has it always been like this, or is it a new thing? I'm curious of what you all think out there in Radio Land. Kane, what do you think? Let's see what he said. What do you think?
Go back to Casey Anthony. She had a splash.
Even before then, though.
Yeah, I think what happens is these stories kind of surface.
Right. Casey Anthony is supporting. I showed that the other day. Casey Anthony is supporting Lindsay Clancy
In the news cycle, and then people are like, what? First, they can't even believe it. Like, this mother killed her 3 kids. What the hell? And then there is this narrative that, oh, she was over-medicated, or, she was just psychosis or whatever. We find out through the trial that none of that was actually true. So I think people are kind of yo-yoing on this because they got a narrative in the beginning, then they got a second narrative, and now
I didn't yo-yo. All this information was out there. So speaking of not doing your due diligence, it's not, I think he's missing like a key thing. It's not like this information wasn't out there. The arraignments were there in video. It wasn't like you had to read a whole bunch of stuff. A lot of these hearings were out there. A lot of this information was out there. Certainly more of the defense narrative was out there. But if you wanted the other side, it was out there for those that wanted it. I mean, and those who were engaging their critical thinking, just have a couple people to thank before I go any further with this. And we're going to start. Scott Kohler says, I admire your willingness to speak out against the defendants, all while speaking up for the victims, even when it's unpopular or uncomfortable. Don't ever change. Cat treat fund. That's so kind. Thank you, Scott. Also donated via Venmo. If you want to donate via Venmo, I keep all these streams free for you, free of ads. I don't run ads. So they're entirely supported by you. Elizabeth Wood gave a very generous donation via Venmo. So thank you for your commentary. And Time, so grateful for a voice of reason. Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth.
They found through the trial that the first narrative was actually closer. So yeah, I don't know. It is interesting to some people.
I got to tell you, the more I read about it, the more I was convinced that this woman absolutely needs to be burned at the stake. Yeah. I don't get this whole, I'm going to get involved and defend Lindsay Clancy. This bitch is guilty. Oh, I said it. Get mad. I am so done with this. You know what? I'm so done with it. What I'm going to say is probably going to be more sexist than anything that you've ever heard on, what was that show? The old dude, Archie Bunker, All in the Family. And it's not sexist. It's just realistic. I get tired. I'm tired of this stuff. I'm tired of accommodating this kind of lawlessness and evil. So let me just lay it out. Because the more I read about it, the more I'm like, are all the women that are defending her drunk? Are they drunk? Are they high? Have they been slipped a roofie? What the hell?
No. Okay. I'll break it down for you, Dana. Some women are troubled. Okay? Troubled, disturbed, dark. And some are dangerous personalities themselves. Some have criminals in their own family, will always take team criminal no matter what. They hate the government. They hate the police. They'll always take team criminal sides. Those are some of the people. Then there's some people who are good people who just got duped. And we can never forget that there are some real people who get duped. And Lord knows I've been duped by some innocence fraud campaigns myself. Amanda Knox, West Memphis 3 for me. It really depends on your background. Some people are, and how they got duped. Maybe they had someone in their family. I don't know. To me, that if you've actually seen psychosis, I would think that you would be a little critical, but never mind. They attach themselves to the cause that the killer attached themselves to, and that's how it breaks down.
Forgive the Portuguese, but seriously, this chick, first off, she was a nurse, right? She's a nurse. I don't believe.
Lindsay Clancy's fate is in the hands of a jury this morning. It's day 2 of deliberations with 9 women and 3 men trying to decide what to do with the 36-year-old former labor and delivery nurse who killed her 3 children. Is Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible, or was she in the throes of a psychotic event when she strangled 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan in January of 2023? We're live outside the courthouse. Our camera is inside the courtroom as we wait to see what the jury will do. Our coverage from Plymouth, Massachusetts begins right now on Court TV Live.
Yeah, I think I'm going to switch to Law and Crime because I just want less commentary. Although they're both owned by the same people, so they might be doing the same thing.
Great to be with you. We are outside the courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts, as the jury gets set for 2 days. It's the second day of deliberations. They started yesterday about 12:30 Eastern time and went till 4 o'clock. So 3.5 hours of work. At that point, Judge Sullivan sent them home for the evening. We expect that they will be back in the courtroom, and Judge Sullivan will ask those questions. Did you hear or see or talk to anybody about this case? And then it'll be back to work for day 2. Lindsay Clancy is facing murder charges for the deaths of the 3 children. 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan. The former labor and delivery nurse used exercise bands to strangle each child in the family basement while her husband, Patrick, was out running errands. Lindsay's attorney, Kevin Reddington, yesterday said his client is nervous and scared as he left the courthouse yesterday.
Yeah, she should be nervous and scared. Right, let me get to these comments. I've had them up. Lizzy 437 says, thanks for being real and streaming without ads. You're welcome, Lizzy, and thank you. But I wanted to, who just said that she probably, that Callan wouldn't put it, not Callan, Dawson wouldn't put on his pajamas and ran downstairs and she followed him down, and then she had to kill the other. That sounds about right. She's lying something about this, how she brought them down deliberately.
Would you wish I had a second chance to go back up there and rebut any of that?
No. Kevin, you confident? Never confident.
Kevin, did you get your money back from the prosecutors? The 75 cents.
That comes under you don't talk about hallway conversations with other attorneys, so I don't disclose that.
What do you have to say about this jury? The judge complimented them.
They've been great. They've been amazing.
That means yes. Yes, they gave him back his 75 cents.
Podium here, Mr. Reddington.
I don't care. I don't do podiums.
Kevin does not do
Mr.
podiums,
Reddington,
everyone.
what will it take for institutions to realize that maternal mental health is a priority and something that needs to be funded and something that needs to be
What is this nonsense? What does this have to do with the Lindsay Clancy trial, really? Really? This is like, can I ask you a softball question that will prop up your defense?
consistently supported for moms around the globe?
Somebody like you to advocate for them.
Yes,
Lindsay Clancy was obviously emotional.
Thank
for how
you.
she did it.
Thank you. Thank you, Guru Reddington. Look at the worship of these journalists. It's a defense attorney. We used to have disdain for these kind of characters.
After closing arguments.
She's doing all right. She's nervous. She's scared.
What do you hope you left the jury with today? I mean,
Pardon me?
What do you hope, after hearing everything from you today, that they're left with? What's the message that they're left with?
I think that they have to weigh all of this evidence, and I believe that the government.
They have to wade through all the BS and all the blindsiding stuff we threw at them and distractions that we threw at them. And hopefully they'll be fooled by some of it.
Ultimately has not proven their case.
Any idea how long this jury is going to take, you think?
Absolutely not. I would have no way of knowing. A lot of evidence, a lot of time on the case, a lot of exhibits, and they've been very, very attentive and working hard. I don't know.
But Kevin, you were here Monday or no?
Don't know.
And any response to those critics who say your closing wasn't as great as it could have been?
Look at the narcissistic rage. You want to go back? I want to refresh.
Closing wasn't as great as it could have been?
In a second. I'd really like to rage and swear at you right now, but I'm trying not to. I'm being filmed.
Just being honest here, I don't know. Do you have any second thoughts about the closing, or you think you left it all on the table?
Put it this way. I have my fair amount of haters. I'm sure there's people that would like to comment on the fact that I'm arrogant and aggressive and a bully and all the rest of it.
And a liar.
So, did the best I could.
I did the best I could, being a total liar.
There's a lot to go through, and we want them to be careful with that evidence. We want them to go through it, to discuss it, to bounce ideas off of each other, and to be really thoughtful. This is a serious matter, and of course we expect they're taking it seriously, so it could take a while. I thought closing arguments were interesting. I thought Kevin Reddington did a great job of continuing to exude empathy and to be enthusiastic about the real issue here, which is criminal responsibility, postpartum health care for women.
Did you guys see empathy? Did you find his thing empathetic? He said she was a great girl. I thought it was so disgusting. He comes across as like a sexist old pig to me. I don't know.
Women, and I thought that it was
just so
premeditation and planning. Really good job on closing arguments, I think, from both sides in this case.
Not even close.
Randolph, your thoughts?
Well, I certainly think both sides did a good job in closing. I will.
No, No, Reddington didn't do a good job in closing. I said he did a good job in opening. I thought his opening was decent, but closing, he didn't prepare at all. It was just rambling. And he's like, and he had his little quarter trick. He's like, I'm going to say 3 things, you know, blah, 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 and brought his little quarters up, which was clever. I'll give him that. But it could have been so much better.
Say this, couple things that stood out to me yesterday as Kevin Reddington was leaving the courthouse. One of the reporters asked him if he thought he could have done something different in closing. And I can tell you, of the thousands of cases I've had and the thousands of closing arguments, I got to tell you, when you come back after the fact and somebody says, would you have done it differently? The answer usually is yes. You know, you always think to yourself, you know, I should have said this, or I could have said that. I should have predicted what the prosecution was going to argue. I would bet he probably also he should have picked up those quarters. In his mind, he probably thought, you know what, I should have picked them up so that the prosecution couldn't use those in their closing. But all in all, I thought good closings. You know, at the end of the day, I think it goes back to how much evidence was put in, and that's probably what the jury really is focused on right now.
Susan, we've covered a lot of trials, and a lot of times the jury foreperson can be an X factor. And in this case, the jury foreperson is one of the 2 jurors that I noticed right away, and talking with other people that have been in the courtroom feel the same way. One is a gentleman who's also on the jury who didn't take 1 note throughout the entire trial. The foreperson is a different breed. This is a woman in her maybe late 60s, could maybe in their 70s. She was dialed in. She was right next to the witness, taking notes, looking up. This was like one of those jurors you're like, ooh, I wonder if she'll be on the panel or not. Well, she is, and she's the foreperson. And with this amount of evidence and her leading the way, we could be here a while.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. For some reason, I think that's really good for the defense. I don't know.
There is a lot of evidence, Ted, and what stood out to me are, of course, all the exhibits, the witnesses on the stand, but
I don't know if I've been just trained to expect the worst. But there is this type of person in true crime who thinks they're a better investigator than the investigators and is looking for any little discrepancy and then lets their imagination go crazy from the evidence. I hope that woman isn't one of them. So like a little anomaly or something in the thing sends her off into her imagination. I just want these jurors to stick with the evidence. But if they're taking these experts really seriously, that's not good. These experts already conceded half of the defense's case for the prosecution. So it's like, oh, I'm not sure that's good. I'm not sure that woman's good at the forefront. All right, it's going to be a little annoying. I'm going to stopping it. Yeah, this is what I didn't want to miss. Okay, here we go.
Court's now in session. Be seated, please. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, the Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting at Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternate jurors are present for the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
What I'm going to do is just ask you those questions and send you right back out. So first question, is any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? No. All right. Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? No. All right. Thank you again for following those instructions. And at this time, you may resume your deliberations. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Sure, this way. Joseph, that's it at the court.
All right. Counsel, anything we need to address at this time?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
This court stands in recess.
All right, so I'm going to go back to Dana Loesch, what she had to say. Because I'm less interested in what Court TV has to say. Are you? I don't know. Are you more interested in Court TV and less interested in Dana Loesch? I don't know. I'm sort of more interested in what Dana Loesch had to say. I haven't listened to all of this. I just listened to the beginning of what she had to say.
She wanted to kill her kids. She was stuck in a lifestyle she didn't want anymore. That's it. And to sit here and use her case as a way to condemn all women that have baby blues, this is the damage that comes from rushing to defend crazy witches like this. Can't say the B.
High five, girlfriend. Can't agree with you more. This is what I've been arguing on my channel. Really, Dana Loesch, you didn't come to the conclusion that she wanted to end it all with her weak attempt, with her sliding out the window? She's like, I don't know if it's true or not about her whether she sought help or something, like whether she got good help. Oh no, she got good help, Dana Loesch. You can't miss that.
Word too often. It offends sensitivities. I get it. But crazy chicks like this, she's not crazy. She's evil. I mean, sure, she's on a bunch of stuff. How much of it is fake? I don't know. But sorry, you're not killing your 3 kids like this and leaving them lie in a basement just because a voice out of nowhere suddenly one day told you to do it. They're talking about the Andrea Yates trial. That chick apparently heard voices forever, committed herself 5 times to try to keep herself, and apparently was doing musical chairs with medication, but she'd been hearing voices and all this stuff. They had all of these psychiatrists and psychologists.
And strangely, Lindsay Clancy had a conversation with her coworker about Andrea Yates. She was really up on Andrea Yates. Strangely, it's almost like this is a copycat killing, although she didn't have years. She wasn't patient to do this over years. So she had months to lay down her alibi. And that's what she did. Is it so hard to understand that this extreme planner would plan how she killed her children to minimize the repercussions for herself? Is that too hard to understand for people?
Psychologists and mental health professionals and, everything but rocket scientists testifying, saying, yeah, it's really unusual to have these symptoms literally all of a sudden. No, I think that she is well-versed enough to understand symptoms of mental illness, and I think she exaggerated what she had for defense purposes. Look, this is my opinion. You can disagree with it all you want to. This chick is completely guilty. Because I've known women who've struggled with baby blues, and I don't know. To me, everyone's like, well, she's such a good mom, except she killed her kids. It's kind of like the number one cardinal rule of, being a good mom is you.
Right. Exactly. It was all fake. Is it too hard for people to understand that it's all fake? She faked it all. And what was the best day ever? The best day ever was the day she was going to kill her kids. She was in the best mood ever.
Don't kill your kids, right? And she killed all three of them. And she was very methodical about it. She took made sure to separate them, took the oldest out first so they couldn't intervene, and was very methodical about doing it. Did it quickly. She didn't want to have to run around. If she had gone for the youngest one first, maybe the middle one and the oldest one would have known mommy's doing something bad. This is bad. And they would have hid, or maybe they would have, ran to a neighbor's house, something like that. But she was very methodical in how she did it. And to me, and I agree. I agree with the experts that testified. That sounds like a rational. She was planning rationally. You don't just hear voices out of the blue and they're like, okay, let's get down to the details here. And you can say that I'm generalizing. Don't care. It's my opinion. I mean, I watched I was watching the experts testify because those are the only really, I don't care about what mommy sleuths think. I really don't. Good grief. It's like mom blogs 2.0. Don't care. So I mean, I'm watching this stuff, and apparently she had no hallucinations until all of a sudden, as it was advantageous to her for defensive purposes, the way that she calculated the window of time, all of this stuff. I mean, it looks like she was trying to plan and set the stage for a psychotic episode without actually having a psychotic episode. And she seems like she is manipulative and controlling, and she's got crazy eyes. And guys, you know the rule. The universal rule about crazy eyes is, Kane, she crazy. They got crazy eyes. They crazy. That has never been wrong universally in the history of.
I get such bad pushback when I talk about crazy eyes. You're so sexist, Roberta. Really? If I talk about Ted Bundy's crazy eyes, I don't get that. But if I talk about female convicts and defendants' crazy eyes, oh, the internet will come for you.
Mankind. Why would we even litigate it? I'm the judge. You come before me. You got crazy eyes, girl. Guilty. Her eyes crazy. Guilty.
Yeah, Brian.
No,
Koberger
she was
sure.
very methodical about this. Very methodical. The wounds were superficial, and the experts were saying, well, it's not really consistent with a legitimate suicide attempt. And the jump was, it wasn't a jump, it was a fall from a relatively short distance. So, yeah.
Thank you, G. Brett, for the 1,000 jewels. I appreciate it. Like I said, I stream all this ad-free. And so I appreciate anybody who supports the stream.
And she knew it was near freezing. And they said that they think that she went out at that time at night and chose that time of year because they think that the freezing temperatures would reduce her brain's oxygen requirement and prolong her life. She was a nurse. She knows this stuff. They said with her knowledge and her training as a nurse, if this woman wanted to end her life, she'd have done it.
We didn't hear a lot about her being a nurse. Why didn't the prosecution take that back from the defense? About her knowledge of these medications, her experience. I mean, if I were the prosecutor in this case, and you can't do this during the case, right? Although Reddington did. He testified during every cross-examination he started testifying. But when it comes to closing arguments, you can. And say, when people murder, they go to what's familiar to them. They use what's familiar to them. And this is why I constantly bring up the Todd Kenhammer case, which you'd say, what does that have anything to do with a guy in Wisconsin? This is Barbara Kenhammer's murderer, Todd Kenhammer, murdered his wife, driving her to her job. She was a lunch lady, Barbara Kenhammer, because he replaced windshields in cars. And so when it came time to think of an excuse for how he beat his wife to death, He thought, oh, we were driving in a car and a truck was in front of us and a big pole just randomly came through the windshield. Because that's what he worked with every day. What did Lindsay Clancy know? She knew of Andrea Yates, which is what everyone knows. If you want to kill your kids and get away with it, you look at people who've killed their kids and gotten away with it. So Andrea Yates got convicted initially, and then that conviction was overturned, and then she was sent away to a mental hospital. And Lindsay Clancy was all up on that case.
She would have done it. Because if the voice is telling you, oh, you got to do all of this, and then you're following it to kill the kids, and the voice is telling you to kill yourself, but all of a sudden you just do it half-assed, seriously? I don't buy it. So no, I think she's guilty. I think people need to stop worshiping this fallen figure. And I'm so tired of hearing women complain about motherhood. Every other human on earth that has ever raised or given birth to children has had it tough. You are no different in society or in any timeline. This victimhood complex is ruining society. Whether it's suicidal...
Right, I was listening to an interview with talking about how is Generation Z correct for thinking they have it so tough. And he was like going way back. This guy I was listening to, it was like, how about all the people, how about the generation that lived through the Great Depression? They had it really bad. World War II, kind of tough. I think the fact that things have gotten so easy as I think there are things that are tough, as far as socially it's gotten hard. Our families have broken down, our social connections have broken down, our social groups have broken down. So we're going to see mental health, this is my view, go up and up and up. And drug addiction and all those things that come with isolation and lack of connection and lack of support. But as far as tough, try Great Depression, etc.
Empathy or the victimhood complex. It's one or the other. And don't sit here and be like, you don't know. I do know. I stayed home. I homeschooled my kids. And then I also worked and helped my husband build a business while homeschooling my kids. I know I didn't have nannies. I didn't have cleaners. I didn't have staffs. I didn't have cooks. I didn't have none of that. It was me. So the whole thing is a horrible Rorschach test on society. But I will say, a lot of the women that I know in real life and not online, not a single one of them think this chick is innocent. So I want the men out there to be very careful about universally labeling all women as defenders or supporters of this stuff. Every female that I know, every woman that I've talked to, and we've had events that we've had to go to these past couple of weeks and get-togethers and things like that. And it always comes up. And every single woman that I've talked to has been like, that chick is guilty. Not a single one of them believe that her case is similar to others. Now, I'm not saying that there are not cases of women that have a complete break with reality. But one of the things that
I'm going to get back to this in a second, a little ADD theater this morning, but New York Post has some interviews with Clancy supporters. So here are some Clancy supporters in Massachusetts, and I guess these are the hardcore ones.
The stigma of...
Wait, hold on. The stigma of... There really isn't so much of a mental health stigma. Is there? Is there still such a big mental health stigma? Is there? I guess
The
somewhat.
stigma of the supporters not supporting the children is totally inaccurate. I'm a mom. 100%.
I'm not. It's not that I'm not supporting the children. I would have, if as a prosecutor, I would have said there are no more birthdays for these children. And I know she kind of went in on it a little bit, but I would have really hammered that point home. All these children wanted to live, and they fought to live, and they fought their mother to live. And I know Jennifer Sprague did a good job of bringing that up, that the person that they trusted the most, they had to look in the eyes of the person they trusted the most, killing them. And so who do you look to for help at that point? You're looking for your dad. How does this dad live with himself? Oh, my Lord. It's a lot of it. You would be blaming yourself. How does Patrick Clancy support this murderous mother who killed his children? I don't get it. And it's like wrapped up as like, oh, empathy. We have to be empathetic towards the killer. No, we don't. My empathy is all with Cora, Dawson, and Callan. That's it. We support the children. We just want the killer to get off.
Traumatic across all parts.
I mean, why don't these journalists, at that moment, that's when you can bust in and say, excuse me, how do you support the victims and support releasing their killer onto the streets?
3 children that lost their lives. As much as, we're all here, a lot of us are here, I guess, to support Lindsay, does not negate the fact that at the end of the day, those children lost, their lives and they're not here. And I don't think none of us are forgetting that. We won't forget that.
It's a horrible situation. But if she would have gotten the proper help and assistance that she needed, I don't think that would have happened.
Really, what's the proper help? When is Lindsay Clancy responsible? When she's at McLean's, one of the best mental health hospitals in the world, let alone the country. And she decides to leave early. You want them to chain her down and institutionalize her and say she can't go? She's a ward of the state. Then they would be complaining that Lindsay Clancy had no freedom. And she was a victim. The state got her. She couldn't leave. We all heard about her. She was in a locked ward 1,000 million times during the trial.
Period. As a mother, as a female, as someone who...
Wow, that was a plot twist I didn't expect coming. Did anyone expect that line as a mother to come out of this woman's mouth? Wow. Plot twist.
Have struggled with mental health themselves, many different facets. I understand, and it's unfortunate that a tragic incident like this has to happen in order for people to come together and rally and show support. So I feel for her.
And you can tell by the way she was.
They don't feel for her. These people are so, they don't have anything going on in their lives. They have to support a triple baby killer. Really?
Reacting to seeing the autopsy reports and the exercise bands and the evidence, and she was crying. She's remorseful.
She was crying. Okay. This woman in purple. Lady in purple. Hold on. Thinks crying is this. Gotta prepare. Unfortunately, I have headphones, so I can't fully. Hair in front of face, hands in front of face. I can't do this. I can't do this. Notice she wasn't crying out, "Oh, my poor children, I love them so much. Oh, I love those kids so much." I wish they were alive so badly. No, it's all, I can't do this. I can't be on trial for the murder I did. I have to look remorseful. I can't do this. Maybe she was talking about I can't do this, meaning I can't do this fake crying. You can't do the fake crying very well, Lindsay Clancy. Your fake crying sucks. But apparently it was enough for this woman. I have to get some more coffee. I'll be right back.
She didn't mean
after
to do
this.
it. She just didn't know what else to do. And she just was not there.
I think she needs to be in a facility where she is now, where they can give her the proper therapy and the proper medication.
Okay, after she gets out of the facility in 6 months, I'll send her over to your house to babysit. Or even, you know what, even better, she can take care of your pets. Would you be comfortable with Lindsay Clancy even taking care of your cat or dog? Who wants Lindsay Clancy to pet sit? Raise your hand. I'd say not me.
And if one day, I guess in Massachusetts, they reevaluate, and if one day she can go into society again, she's in her own hell. She lost all of her babies. She lost her husband. She's in a wheelchair. I mean,
She didn't lose all of her babies. They're not lost. Not lost. No. She murdered. Do you see how language is so important? She just lost all her babies. No, she murdered all her children, one by one, applying 10 pounds of pressure onto their neck over a period of 4 to 7 minutes. A little different, right? Paints a little bit of a different scene.
live with this for the rest of her life.
All right, I have to go get some more coffee. I'm going to put Dana Loesch back on. I'll be right back. Be back in 2 minutes.
One of these experts testified is that they don't ever regain it. Or it's only a partial reacquisition and it's still under heavy medication and they're never the same. So I think that's significant. And like I said, I've known people that have had baby blues. And people that have baby blues, and some have been more severe than others. It's when it is, and I'm not saying I think it's, that I don't think it happens. I don't think it happens as much as society would like for you to believe, because it's chic right now to have like a psychological issue. It's chic right now to have a psychiatric issue. It's chic right now to have to rely on pills and stuff like that. I mean, all of this stupid stuff from the early aughts and the late 90s is like fashionable again for whatever reason. That was the big deal. Oh, women, you're on whatever depressive medication. Half of these women don't need it. Most of them don't. Some do. And I absolutely believe there's legitimate cases. I have people in my own family. But my point is that this case is not ever, her whole psychiatric and psychological makeup is inconsistent with all of these others that have been presented. And they were, and there are a lot of examples out there. But I don't know. I mean, I think she's creepy. I think she looks creepy. I think that she didn't really believe that she was going to paralyze herself. I don't know if it was like a full-on Casey Anthony thing or if she has anger issues or what it is, but I don't know. But there are 3 children that are gone. And I think that everybody's focusing on the wrong person in this. If you like what you hear and want to support the show, the easiest free way to do it is to follow the podcast and leave a rating and review. Seriously, 30 seconds from you helps keep the show going strong. I appreciate you. The fight for America's freedom is happening right now in our courts, and the decisions made today will help shape the country we leave to the next generation. That's why I want to tell you about Alliance Defending Freedom. Alliance Defending Freedom is leading the fight for free speech, religious liberty, parental rights, the sanctity of life, and the truth that men and women are biologically different. They helped win major legal victories, including helping overturn Roe v. Wade and securing a landmark free speech victory at the Supreme Court. But the fight isn't over. Right now, ADF is defending women's sports and standing up for our constitutional freedoms. But they can't do it without patriots like you. Right now, your gift will go twice as far. Every dollar you give will be matched. So that means a $25 gift becomes $50. A $50 gift becomes $100. But This match is for a limited time. If you believe America is worth fighting for, don't wait. Join the fight today at joinadf.com/Dana or text Dana to 83848. That's joinadf.com/Dana or text Dana to 83848. Dana Lash with you. It's this happy little
Is she still on this subject? Okay. I think she moves on to different topics right here. Oh, yeah. But it was cool to see somebody with a similar viewpoint to mine. Because everyone I see on this side of the fence sort of adopts some version of the defense's narrative. Like maybe she was probably just really treated poorly by the mental health system. Yeah, I had to give my cats treats. Had to. They were demanding. They were demanding treats this morning. She's annoying. Okay.
And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life.
So I brought up her hair. I find her hair, Shanann Buckingham, distracting. And someone's saying, oh, it's so superficial to talk. It's not. I'm not talking about her looks. I'm just talking about her presentation. It's distracting to me. Pin it up. Put it in a bun. Something. Make it look a little neater, Shanann. It's distracting to me, all that hair.
In her nursing career, she was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life.
Blow dry it. Is that what you do?
In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative.
They should have gone further with this. Go into Lindsay Clancy's character. All right, I'm going to just get up to date on this, because I'm so scared of the jury coming back.
You want to hire a lawyer who's going to fight for you, and I don't think there's any argument from Lindsay Clancy or her family that they didn't hire a lawyer who was going to fight for her, and that's what you want: passion, the empathy, somebody who's going to lay themselves down for your case to make sure that you get the best.
Randolph Rice, a trial attorney. Is he a civil attorney or is he a criminal attorney? Is he a defense attorney? This makes me think he's like a civil attorney. But is he on the plaintiff side or is he on the defendant side in civil? Why don't they give us a little information on these talking heads?
A lawyer takes over a courtroom the way that Reddington has, and it does make a difference.
Yeah, Ali and Randolph are right. I agree with that. And he makes you pay attention. In the closing arguments, he's not afraid either to point out, here's some of the investigators right here. Here's the prosecution. The judge even had to say, turn your focus to the jury. And he absolutely cares about his client. You could feel it. What was powerful to me was the text exchange between his client and her mom saying, I need you, I need help. And pointing out the 3 institutions that failed her, saying the investigation.
They didn't fail her. I love how they bring up that failed her, bringing up the 3 institutions that failed her as if that's fact. It's how cleverly they're pushing a narrative.
The medical field as a whole, she was crying out for help. They didn't help. And also the prosecution, his words in, I believe it was a closing argument, saying this prosecution is a mess.
Yeah, we'll see how it pans out. I mean, but to Al.
I don't disagree with Kevin Reddington. Oftentimes he says things in this trial that I was like, yes, I agree with you. And he would be saying it to mock it. I'd be like, no, yeah. He's like, the prosecution wants you to believe that she faked it all. Yes. Yes. Good going. Thank you for concisely saying that in a way that the prosecution won't, Kevin Reddington. Oftentimes, Kevin Reddington was better at expressing the prosecution's case than the prosecution.
At this point, he is who he is, and he was from start to finish, starting in voir dire and all the way through his closing arguments. We'll get a break. We're getting close to 4 hours now. The 9 women and 3 men are back in the deliberation room.
You want to see the quarter
trying
thing
to figure
again?
out what to do.
I just showed this yesterday, but no probs.
We'll
sure.
talk about the choices
Sure.
they have, the charges,
Get a lot of time.
the choices on the verdict form when we come back.
Oh, that'll be an interesting discussion. That's actually a discussion I'd like to hear about the verdict form, how ridiculous the verdict form is. They're like, if you go halfway down the page and turn it over, no, if you go all the way down the page, then turn it over to the other side, you might find guilty. After all the not guilty, Nancy Grace says the state has proven its case against Lindsay Clancy beyond a shadow of a doubt, pointing to the prosecutor's timeline as evidence the killings were methodically planned. I do believe the state has proven its case, not just beyond a reasonable doubt, but beyond a shadow of a doubt. The prosecutor laid it out. I don't know. In excruciating detail in the opening statements, exactly the plan to kill her children, and it started around 4 p.m. But their theory is so bad. It's so bad. And the real Lindsay Clancy and her personality, I don't think they ever really challenged the defense's theory that she's not the type of woman to kill her kids. Therefore, something terrible must have happened. Medication, something happened because good mothers just don't kill their kids. Well, she wasn't a good mother because her kids are dead. So, all right, Lindsay, hold on. Let me do this. I looked this up yesterday. I could find it easily, but hold on. Yeah, a lot of people are looking it up on X, I guess, quarters. Hold on one second. Here's taking back the quarters. Hold on. Quarters. Sprague picking up Reddington's quarters. Oh, I guess it would be better to show Kevin Reddington's quarters and then I'll show Carrie Sprague's. Hold on one minute. Where's Kevin Reddington? Here it is. This is from a Lindsay Clancy supporter. So
The opposite letter says, rat. They were just rat. They weren't nodded because you gotta get Lindsay tightening the band, right? You gotta hold it. You gotta hold it for a minute. You gotta hold it for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. That's why she needed the bands, not knotted. And then she said, it's like this. And they sprang open. Remember that? Dr. Lamberson said, yeah, I saw what you did. And she walked away like if the glove won't fit moment. Quarter number 2. What did Patrick Clancy testify to?
wait, what was his point about the bands? Because I was like, thank you for making the prosecution's point for her. What was his point about those bands? Thank you for telling us how long and how you didn't tell us about the 10 pounds of pressure needed to be put on each of the child's necks. I don't know why the prosecution didn't get more into those wounds and how cruel of the defense to bring up a Dr. La Posada to say that Lindsay Clancy. It was no big deal. These kids were just like, it's like when you take an old cat to the vet, they were just put to sleep in the gentlest, kindest way possible. I mean, I would have never stopped talking. It's talking about those talking about how Dr. La Posada. Hold on one second. Dr. La Posada said that those bruises were from running and playing. Those defensive wound bruises. Never stop talking about that. The defense brought in an expert here who's apparently psychic. And the bruises that we say the children got for fighting their mother, their murderous mother, for their flippin' lives. I wouldn't encourage them to say flippin', but okay. That the defense wants to say that those bruises came from running and playing, and that they were out within seconds. They were unconscious within seconds. They weren't looking into their mother's eyes asking why, what they did. What they did that was to make their mother hate them so much. That wasn't their last thoughts. I mean, what was his point about those knots?
You heard his testimony. He indicated clearly, unequivocally, they were knotted around the necks of those children to the point where he had to struggle. And it's your memory, not mine. If I say something you don't recall, forget it. It's what you remember the evidence to be. But clearly, I would suggest, he struggled to get it off of Dawson's over his head. And a police officer saw through the window. This is horrific stuff. But it's objective.
Right, they were all weeping. The police were weeping. And they weren't weeping like this. They were really weeping. They weren't doing Lindsay Clancy, Bob Fosse jazz shoulders and covering their face. With dry eyes, they were really weeping. We saw them weep in this trial. Give evidence in this trial. So, I don't know. Okay, so that's Kevin Reddington's quarters. And let me show you Jennifer Sprague, how she took it back. Because she's smart. I love this Jennifer Sprague, this side of Jennifer Sprague. I wish we saw more of it in the trial. The fighter.
And I'll take this other quarter now and explain to you why we got into the superficiality of the wounds and why we got into the height of the window and why we got into how she didn't take enough pills to actually kill herself. We're not saying she didn't want to kill herself.
Mistake.
We're talking about that third prong of suicidality.
Huge mistake by the prosecution here, my view. If they lose, this will be one of the reasons. Because it goes against your common sense. Who kills themselves jumping out a second-story window? Who really means to do it? And she just said, Jennifer Sprague just said in the same closing argument, why didn't she use the method that she used to kill her? My cat behind me. Why didn't she use the same argument? Why didn't she use the same method? That she used to kill her kids. Right? Because it's permanent. No going back. She wanted lots of outs with hers. Maybe someone would find her. Maybe Patrick would come back in time. The wounds were dry before the first responders got there. Her superficial neck. And why weren't they making this argument? They're fakakta. They're Meshuggah, freaking expert, and his lame theory that has no basis in reality and what we know of how murderers act, how people act. She really wanted to do it. That's why she made such a weak attempt. It was the primary motivation for the crimes. That's why she did such a poor job. Give me a break.
That Dr. Satoff talked about. Remember, he talked about aloneness and feeling burdensome. But that third category, capability. She wanted to kill herself, but her natural instinct to live was fighting against that. So, and I'll take this other quarter now.
Why did they talk about the children's instinct to live more? They fought. Such an important detail. I don't know. Let's see. What are these yayas saying?
I can usually pick the foreperson
Yeah.
if it's one of those where they pick their own. In this case, Judge Sullivan picked the foreperson, which, again, we got to hit a break. But again, this woman, she's one of those jurors you notice because she was taking notes, looking around, observing the courtroom,
And if they ask
watching Lindsay,
questions,
watching everybody.
that can be telling.
Oh, yes. In jurisdictions where they ask questions, that gives you more. All right, let's do this. Let's get a break. 4 hours, 8 minutes and counting. We're waiting. We've got the camera inside. We are also outside the county courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. It's day 2 of deliberations. Stay with us.
Hip hop's.
Is anybody watching the Tupac trial? Is that still going on? I just saw a few clips of it and it looks fascinating. Right, 13 feet. You don't jump out 13 feet window. Jury has a question. Okay. All right, let's listen. I hope they come back. Am I up to date? Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure that I'm... Whoop. I know. Hold on. Yep. Juror has a question. As soon as they come back, this is Law and Crime, and they have the court TV feed going. So there's really not a lot of... The question will tell us a lot. Let's see. Well, that's kind of good, though, right? If they're asking a question, that means they might be getting towards some sort of area. And if it's the kind of questions we heard in the Karen Reed case in the second trial, I'm going to cry. Yeah, they kept saying, for now she can't walk. For now she can't walk. Nobody wanted to come on and talk about that on this channel. So offered experts in postpartum psychosis and stuff. I was like, well, if they want to come on and talk about whether she's permanently paralyzed, come on down. Strangely didn't hear back. Right. So I'm sure they'll cut to the courtroom if this jury is going to ask this question in public. So I'm up to date. As soon as I know anything, I'll be watching here with all of you.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Verdict Watch. In the Lindsay Clancy case, I'm Ted Rollins outside the courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts, where inside the deliberation room, a group of 12, 9 women and 3 men, are deliberating the fate of 36-year-old Lindsay Clancy, the former labor and delivery nurse. 4 hours and 13 minutes they have been at it over 2 days. They deliberated for 3 hours and 30 minutes yesterday and have really just started today, 45 minutes or so. They did come into the courtroom briefly. Judge Sullivan made sure that they didn't see or read or hear anything about the case and then sent them back to the deliberation room. There's been no questions so far. They haven't asked to see any extra exhibits, but we have you covered. Our camera is in the courtroom, and our cameraman, Rich, is one of the first calls that will be made once the jury either has a question or a verdict. So stay with us. We're on Court TV, the normal network. We're also broadcasting simultaneously on the Court TV YouTube channel and the Law and Crime Live Trials channel. So we're glad to have you along with us. One of the big questions for this jury is whether or not Lindsay Clancy was in the throes of a psychotic event. Psychosis has been a term that's been thrown around from the very beginning of this trial, in the opening statements and all the way through the closing arguments and through the testimony of the experts. Let's go back and watch a bit of the mentions of psychosis.
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
Oh, he doesn't remember. That would stick in your mind. Look at that. Look at that anger. I don't know. I don't know. First, I thought he was more of a dupe, but now I think he's actually support your children's murderer. Susan Smith's husband was like, no, thanks. Prosecutor. Thank you, Kat, for gifting 10 memberships. That's very generous of you. To the channel. Appreciate it. Like I said, I stream all these ad-free, and I count on you guys to support it. Thank you, Kat. Very kind of you. All right, sorry. Let's get...
Go on the record. We understand Judge Sullivan will take the bench. And usually what happens is the judge will just be in front of the attorneys, and they'll discuss the question. Sometimes in open court, sometimes they do it at sidebar, and then they'll craft an answer. So we are standing by and waiting, and as soon as we see the camera move, we will go in and we'll watch together to see what this question possibly is. Again, 4 hours and 15 minutes they have been at it, and just for today, only 45 minutes. I'm being told that there is a little bit of movement in the courtroom, but we don't have audio yet. So we'll wait. We'll hold that shot up. Susan Hendricks, Ali Benevento, Randolph Rice. This is a round. This makes sense. Randolph, they're into day 2. They've slept on what they discussed day 1, had some time to hash it out. Somebody's got a question, and again, that 4-person.
It better not be, can we vote for manslaughter? Because I'm going to throw up.
Is likely
That's
leading
the
this.
question.
Your thoughts, what we should read into it, if anything. Of course, we don't know what the question is.
Deadlocked already, you think already?
Let me make some guesses here. And questions can be very, very telling, or they can be just completely silly, and you're like, oh my gosh, they have no idea what they're doing. So they could be asking questions about, can we see evidence? They may be saying, how do we interpret certain pieces of the law? Sometimes they ask things that the judge says, look, that's your decision. You need to make that decision yourself. I can't answer that for you. So it can be very telling, but it can also come back and be like, huh? What are they talking about? How do they even get to this point in the deliberations? So I'm very interested to see what the question is.
Allie, no matter what it is, to Randolph's point, you do learn something.
You do. It gives you some insight into
Wait,
an
why is the
otherwise very
bedside
secretive room,
Betty
right? You get a
spaghetti?
glimpse into the room where it's happening. And like to Randolph's point, I have had some
Is this
really,
Chandler Painter?
nothing's fun. I just want to be clear, nothing's
no,
funny about the
someone else,
situation.
thank
But
God.
sometimes the things that juries will get hung up on, or the
Allie
rabbit
Ben-
trails that they will find themselves on, and
She's
then
a
come back
criminal.
and ask
She's
the
a
question,
defense attorney.
can really be a head scratcher to the people who have lived the case and litigated the case the entire time. So any insight, I think, is helpful. It may not be anything that's a really big deal, or it may be something really significant. It looks like we're about to find out.
All right, let's find out. Judge Sullivan on the bench.
Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
Lindsay Clancy's really nervous. Whoop.
Okay, they are going to discuss it first at sidebar. So we may or may
could have guessed
not
that,
hear
right?
the discussion
Sidebar.
on a crafted answer. At some point, the question will be put on the record, one would opine. And as a side note, you saw Lindsay grab something there on the desk. There's been a lot of speculation. What are those? Are those pills in front of her? No, they're mints.
Thanks, Denise.
They're cinnamon Altoids, according to
Thank
Kevin
you.
Reddington. So that's what she was grabbing as she.
But they're
now
not
is,
lined up
as
anymore
everybody
like they
waits
were in front
at
of the
sidebar.
jury.
Susan Hendricks, sidebars are a big part of this case.
I still
So
say
we're
there's
used to
something
it,
like
and I'll
odd
cut you
about
off,
that.
Of course, as soon as we see the camera move. But
Today, no Altoids lined up like they were in the jury during closing arguments. Almost
it's
like she
always
wanted to
fascinating
remind
to
the
see-
jury about all the
Lillian, you
medication.
mentioned, Ted, it's different with different jurisdictions, but in Indiana, in Delphi, they would go to a sidebar, the juries would discuss it, then Judge Gull would read that question. So you didn't know which juror was asking
Thanks,
the question,
Elizabeth.
but read it. And what I noticed was there were highly
Appreciate it.
intelligent questions, very specific. I remember one about an unspent bullet, very scientific. So it said to me, wow, they're paying attention, they're paying attention. And there were a lot of questions. And to me, it also says they're doing their job. Let's say they go through their notes because it's a long trial and you forget what you've heard. So it makes sense to think, okay, let's all go back in, let's ask the judge instead of just
I would think this is
guessing
about
if
one
we
piece
don't
of
know the
evidence,
answer.
if I had to guess, that they want to review. If I had to
Absolutely.
guess, I
And,
don't know.
To
I
that
can't
point,
know.
Allie, the question of can we see Exhibit A, B, or C, that's telling on some level, but it also is the overarching message. We're working. We're making progress.
Yeah, absolutely. And questions like that tell you that they are still going through, perhaps in chronological order, the evidence as it was presented. If they're later on in their deliberations, sometimes they start asking questions about the law that the judge gave them during instructions. I'm not sure here if anybody knows the answer. Some judges will send the written jury instructions or charges back with the jury, and some expect the jury to sit there and listen to them verbally only. I'm not sure which is the case here, but to me, when we have factual questions or exhibit questions, that tells me we're still early on in the process. When they start asking questions that apply to the law as they were provided it, that tells me that they're getting closer to getting to that ultimate question. Very curious to see which of these two, or
Yeah,
maybe
just
it's
a lot
something
of
different
filler.
this is.
Filler talk. Filler talk. We don't know what to say.
I'm
We don't know what the
90%
question
sure. I
is.
was talking to Rick
We're
Grundy,
just talking to
this week, that
talk.
they
We're
do have
talking
a
to
copy,
talk.
because we were
Filling
actually
in space.
talking about the bizarre practice in some jurisdictions where the judge rattles off a gazillion instructions over 45 minutes, and then they don't have a copy of it. But in Massachusetts,
Happens in my
yes, they do,
jurisdiction regularly.
have
It's
a
very
copy.
frustrating.
Yes. Yeah. Randolph, any when you are sitting there as an attorney, you hear there's a question. When you get it, when your phone rings and you are on, what's it like as you wait? You've done all your work. There's nothing you can do. What is that gut-wrenching hour, day,
9
like 2
women
days,
and
3
3
days
men.
when
Oy.
you're just waiting?
Oh, it's painful because you're sitting there on pins and needles, and then you hear something from like usually a bailiff.
I don't
or a
know
sheriff will
though.
come to
On
you
my
and say, "Oh, we
juror,
have
there was
something," right? And then
one
all of a
woman
sudden,
juror who was
you
amazing.
get your client if they're
Who remembered
not locked
every
up, if they
bit
are
of
locked up,
testimony.
maybe go downstairs, tell them
And she was
there's
one of
some
the
information.
best,
you go back up in the courtroom, and the judge may say, "Oh, we just have a question."
best resources
And then
we
you
had to
you
turn
read
this
that
one
question
woman
at
we had, who
sidebar,
was
you
the
go up
one
to the bench and
holdout
read it,
for guilty
and
on
you say
my
to yourself,
jury.
like I said earlier, what does this mean? Or, oh, I get this.
We don't know
I
what the
understand
question
where
is
they're
yet.
going now. I think they're leaning our way. And then you start thinking, okay, judge, you say to yourself, how do I argue to the judge to craft the answer to this question that may help our case moving forward?
Yeah, there's gamesmanship for sure, Allie, because the answer can be just as important sometimes as the question, and you can fight.
Yes, and that may be what's happening right now at sidebar is there's collaboration. Okay, what is this question? What are we trying to get at? And also the judge is going to help guide the parties and have discussions about the appropriate way to answer it. You know, you can never tell a jury what to think. You can only guide them. You want to respond directly to their question, only to their question, and not give additional information. Really important there. You have to be really careful in the way that we answer those questions as well. And the responses, I believe, should be made a court's exhibit along with the original question. So if there are any issues that come up later on down the road, say in the event of an appeal, that all of that is properly preserved and made part of the record.
Yeah, good point. Susan, we've covered the cases, the families.
Yeah.
This is gut-wrenching. You know, we've all gotten close to families that are on both sides. Sometimes it's the defendant's families, sometimes it's victim families, but the families are going through a process that is so foreign when they walk into it, and then so gut-wrenching. And a moment like this for the Clancys,
No
I'm
word on what the
sure
question
their
is.
heads
They're
are
still
spinning.
at sidebar.
And I was thinking just now about how telling that was. You see the Clancys kind of stretching their necks and looking over and thinking, oh my gosh, what is going to happen to my daughter? What am I going to see from their facial expressions, from their body movements, and of course, with the question. And I go back to Delphi because I was there for so long throughout the trial, and the families were just so nervous. And there's ups and downs, and you have
Little
to stay
different
within
than
the vicinity
Delphi.
of the courthouse. And it's very nerve-wracking. And you have to trust that the jury knows what they're doing, obviously takes this very seriously.
Little different than
that. Thank you for your service, as the judge did. And you can tell as he.
I just don't want to. Little different than Delphi. The victim's family members did not back the killer in that case.
Obviously is in their hands, and they have to live with whatever decision they make.
Okay, it's breaking up. We understand it has something to do with medications, and Judge Sullivan has crafted a response.
that's not
from
good.
people
Anything else Not we have to good. address?
Telling us, let's go back in.
All right.
Not
so we'll be in
good.
recess on this matter at this time. Thank you.
Something to do with medications? Not good. Not good. That means there's people pushing for the defense. Not
Okay,
good.
to shut us out. They didn't tell us what the question was. However, according to our team in the courtroom, they pulled out an evidence bag with some medication in it. Judge Sullivan then was seen crafting an answer, and both parties seem to be
that's
in
not good.
agreement. In
Unless
the
they're
estimation
saying,
of,
look how much medication
our
there's left
reporter
in some
the
of these
courtroom,
bottles.
The Commonwealth seemed maybe a little bit happier, a little bit more of a pep in their step as they walked away from that sidebar.
Oh,
Some
Commonwealth
more
felt that that was
questions and
good.
Answers from the first question. All we know is they've had a question just shy of 4.5
It means they had a question
hours.
about medication, right?
Boy,
Exactly. But I don't think it's
quick
good. It means
reaction
there's
here,
someone on the
Allie,
jury.
Randolph, and
Hopefully they're a
Susan, I
minority
guess
who's
not
saying,
much
look at
to
all the
react to.
medications. And someone else who's saying, if I had to guess,
Do we know why they do not have the exhibits back in the deliberation room? That's a question.
I wasn't given the exhibits in the deliberation room as a juror. We had to ask for it. We had to ask for various exhibits when I was a juror not too long ago in Manhattan. But, you know, so much of what they did yesterday, from my experience of being a juror, is just it's like a pressure valve. So, like, my trial went on a week and a half. And by the end, I think it was like 2 weeks, or it was like a week and a half or 2 weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks, something like that. But by the end of it, I was dying to talk. You can't talk to anyone about what you're seeing every day. It's so weird. It's such a different, a different reality, because we're used to coming, hey, honey, how was your day? What did you do? Can't talk about it. And I just remember my boyfriend would be like, give me a hint. And I was like, I can't give you a hint. I took my vows very seriously. Couldn't talk about it. So, like, when you finally get in there with all these people who've seen all these witnesses, you're just dying to talk. You're dying to hear where other people are, what other people saw, how other people took the witnesses. You just want to talk crap, kind of, about the trial. What do you think of the defense? What do you think of the prosecutor? Not so much about that, but just the witnesses, really. Did you find this witness reliable? Other witnesses, we had an expert witness in my case. I didn't find it helpful, but other people did. So this was all about child sexual abuse. It was a child sexual abuse case. It's horrible. Most people, there was a lot of potential jurors who said they couldn't sit on it. So this is commercials that I'm not going to turn it up for. But so I think what's happening is one person is like, well, could it be a reaction to all these medications? No, let's go through the medications. So they're going through the medications. The prosecution feels this is good for their side. If the prosecution wins this case, which I think is, I don't know. I think it's been good that there's been kind of a little bit of a pushback since the beginning of this case, where it was all just Lindsay Clancy's defense theory that you heard about. I didn't get that. Could you try again? Ooh, oh, sorry. That's somehow. Wait, hold on. That was my turning that off. It's my cell phone. I triggered Alexa. So, good morning. Wesley loves Oktoberfest. Where have you been? So, this will show us, if they win their case, it will show us that you don't have to have a accurate theory of the case, and that you can have defense experts that take aboard about half of the defense's case. You don't even have to have a true narrative of the case, or close to a true narrative. I mean, in my view, that's my view of it. Let me know what you think. But I hope I'm wrong on this. I would be so pleased to be wrong, because I think we may be headed towards a hung jury or a acquittal. That's in Massachusetts. Just by the way this trial's done and the way it's prosecuted, I think we should have heard much more about how Lindsay Clancy lived a lie. She played the part, and she's still playing the part of the aggrieved mother poorly. She's not a great liar, Lindsay Clancy. This was all this stuff about how she loved kids and she wants more. LOL. She hated those kids. She hated her husband. But I think this is a really money-oriented, two really money-oriented people meet and call it love. Two really image-oriented people meet and they call it love. Two very narcissistic people meet and they call it love.
Did nothing wrong in her life.
Did nothing wrong in her life except kill her children.
You are a biased weasel.
She was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
So why did she specifically do it? She was depressed. She was exhausted. She was done. She didn't want to try anymore. She felt damaged.
Welcome back to Court TV Live and our continuing coverage
No,
of
no, no, and
deliberations
no.
in the Lindsay Clancy
I don't think she felt
murder trial.
damaged. I don't
The
think she
jury
was really
just had
depressed.
Their first question.
She was a little blue. It was because she
Moments
hated
ago,
her kids and
the
hated her
judge,
life.
Judge Sullivan came out on the bench.
She wanted a new
immediately.
life.
The parties went to
Boo-hoo.
sidebar, and
Poor princess.
then that was it. They crafted a response, sent it back in. That's all we saw was basically the seal. And when they walked up to the sidebar, Sierra Gillespie was in the courtroom and saw some other things. I guess a bag, evidence bag, medicine. Just take us through it all, because of course we just saw the seal.
Yeah, so there was a jury question. I was hoping that things would be discussed, and they were. They just weren't discussed in front of us. They're at sidebar, so the white noise is playing. We can't hear exactly what they're saying, but here's what I saw. That the evidence bag, this is the one that I believe Kevin Reddington had in his closings. It's a large Ziploc baggie with a bunch of prescription pills in it, okay? So that is brought up. It's the judge and both sides there discussing. We've got the bags right there. The judge eventually writes something down on a piece of paper. Both sides read it, obviously. They nod their heads in agreement eventually. The prosecutors looked pretty happy after whatever was decided and all of that. And it's unclear whether this bag was taken back to the jury room, but I could infer that their question had something to do with this piece of evidence, the prescription pills.
Interesting. And the Reddington, any reaction? He's kind of
He's got a
every
good poker
sidebar.
face.
Yeah, he walks
Yeah.
out of every sidebar with that look to us.
Yeah, I don't think he's phased. I think his feathers have not been ruffled. He's like, okay, accepting whatever the question is. But the prosecutors did look happy.
Interesting. And family, did they get in? Were they in there for the question?
Family was in there for it. And when the sidebar.
Was the baby murderer's family in there? They were in there for it?
I wasn't able to see, did this go back to the jury room? But I did overhear the bailiff speaking with the Clancy family saying, or excuse me, Lindsay's parents saying, you guys can stick around, hang out for a minute. So they did hang back in the courtroom after all the media was asked to leave.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sierra. We'll see where this leads. Of course, this was the first of anything since this deliberation began. You did mention, we should go back and remind everybody that when Judge Sullivan took the bench this morning just after 9 o'clock Eastern time, the jury was brought in, and you did notice some things.
Oh, yeah, definitely. This morning, the jurors came back in. They looked very well rested. I mean, I'm sure that they were discussing things yesterday. It was about 3 hours of deliberations that they had, and I don't know if they talked in the courtroom and said, hey, let's all go to bed early or what, but they came back and they looked very well rested. I also will note that some of the people previously, I mean, most of them were dressed very nice, but very casual. You know, this is just another day. But today, people who I'd seen previously wearing just a t-shirt and jeans now are wearing a polo, now dressed up. People look very nice today. And I know that sometimes that could be an indication. Maybe they're getting closer to a verdict or.
This is just nonsense, mind reading. During a long trial, it's exhausting being a juror. You want to be comfortable. It's you try to dress comfortably because you're sitting for long periods of time and you're concentrating for long periods of time. Yesterday, I got off at, what was it, 4 o'clock? I think we ended. And I collapsed. Like I wouldn't put myself to bed. I was asleep by 5 p.m. yesterday. I don't even know if I should be sharing this. This is something to be proud of. I've been exhausted by this trial. I found this, right. I find it hard to take in the fact that Patrick Clancy's family is all rallying behind this baby murder. The press is all rallying behind this baby murder. I found closing arguments heavy. I was exhausted by it. Yeah, for sure. Thanks. Thanks, Annie, for the tulips. Nice to see you. All right, we'll listen to a little bit more of this.
In a team.
Since we have
a lot
no
of times
choice.
You'll see factions. One group comes in, the other ones will trail, and you see them interact, and it's little bunches.
It is kind of funny to see because they all walk in line. You know, they haven't until deliberations been able to discuss this case, but you can tell that they're friendly with each other. You know, I'm sure that they've passed each other or had lunch. Maybe they're talking about their kids, things they're allowed to talk about pre-deliberation. And you can see some of them kind of nudging each other or smiling or whatever. They have their little inside jokes. So I do think after 5 weeks, they've at least made kind of friends, more than acquaintances at this point. They've gone through a lot together, more than we have. I mean, they've seen the autopsy photos we haven't been privy to, the 911 call. I mean, so they are kind of, I don't want to say trauma bonded, but they went through something big together, and now they finally get to talk about it.
And talking to other...
Right, they just want to hear what other people have to say. They're not trauma bonded. Although this is a traumatic trial, I would say. But here's someone who totally disagrees with me and says that the strongest part of the Commonwealth's closing was that Sprague never tried to convince the jury Lindsay wasn't mentally ill. It's not that she didn't try to convince the jury. She just conceded that so much, and then she doubled down with that she was really struggling and that her primary motivation was to end it all. She conceded that she was immediately mentally ill, depressed, and ending it all, when she tried to end it all. But isn't that legal question the jury has to decide? Yeah, I think that was the worst thing that the prosecution did, but we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. If they win, it was a calculated lie, I guess, to the jury.
Who are like pro-Lindsay or anti-Lindsay, but really not as many as you would think. I think it's just the tone of the case. It's a lot more somber. It's not, it's people are compelled to watch it and they're interested, but it isn't fun,
No, it is
Thanks,
absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah.
No matter where you stand, those 3 children lost their lives, and the mother has garnered a lot of sympathy, empathy for different reasons.
Yeah.
And so, yes, you're right. It's just different. And that Thursday was a scheduled event. Here
Right.
we're going to rally and be here and blah blah. It is different, and we haven't really seen. The other part of the equation is the courtroom's huge. They can fill.
Courtroom's huge. Yeah, courtroom was huge when I was a juror. They kept us out in the hallway. So during the trial, when we'd go out between, sidebars, whatever, we'd have to go out. Literally, we were taken out to the hallway. And every morning, the defendant and with his new wife walked in front of us. It was odd. It was odd and awkward. I wish we had. And then, but I don't know why we weren't taken back to, I think the deliberation room doubled as like a hangout room for the bailiffs and stuff. So with the coffee, the pod coffee maker and stuff, and a little bathroom. That was it. That was the whole it was a tiny little deliberation room with no windows. That was my experience as a juror. How many people in here have been a juror in a criminal trial or a civil trial? It doesn't matter. Wesley says my gut tells me she'll walk literally. Do you mean she'll walk in this case? She'll walk later on, but you think she'll get off, Wesley? Wesley says, it's time to contribute to the Tiger Treats Fund. My cat is getting so obsessed with treats that he's figured out where I hide them. I put them in like an old glass jar with the glass lid and the thing, to keep it airtight. And then he's found it. So I had to move anything breakable around the treats because he's up there. Like he jumps up to where the treats are. I do have another cat, a girl cat, but she's mellow, so you don't see her so much. She's just chill. She's been up in the back occasionally, but not often. It's time to contribute to the Tiger Treat Fund. Hit the like and subscribe. It's free. Thank you, Wesley. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's good that they're talking about medications, but the prosecution feels it's good. I don't think it's so good, but it means someone's buying something. I've always thought she was, I don't know. Get a favorable verdict in this. But I hope I'm wrong. A hung jury or a favorable verdict has been my prediction, but I was a little bit more hopeful after the closing argument, but I think there are problems with the prosecution's case. So the prosecution never really had enough information about who Lindsay Clancy really was. And I wish we heard more from witnesses that saw cracks in her fake public loving mother persona. I've also seen, I watched a TikTok yesterday where the woman was saying that Lindsay Clancy was a drug seeker. I don't know. Did she take enough of the benzodiazepines? I mean, she may have enjoyed them, but I don't know if she got up to the degree. Were all those bottles empty? I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, I think I think she liked to dabble in a lot of things. Gummies, wine. I know that when mothers don't want to breastfeed, oftentimes it's because they want to drink. So I think she didn't want to. I think also she hated her. Okay, she hated Callan. This is like this perfect baby. It's described as this perfect baby, meaning he sleeps through the night, he eats easily, he takes the bottle easily, but not for Lindsay Clancy. I don't think these children liked Lindsay Clancy. And I think Cora especially, I think there's something about that trip, that father-daughter trip, that is very telling. And Cora's stomach aches. I think Cora was either being abused. I mean, I think they were all being abused by their mother in some way.
Welcome back to Court TV Live and the Court TV YouTube channel and Law and Crimes Trials YouTube channel.
Do you mean she hated Dawson in particular? The first one she killed, the middle child?
In the Lindsay Clancy case.
I'm just going to turn this off for a second. They just don't really have much to say. The same stuff. I mean, I don't know. I've never heard that when the jury dresses up a little bit more, they're getting towards a verdict. If we get a verdict today, maybe there is something to it. I don't know. Or maybe she was just lucky. But I know that when I was a juror, it was a challenge to show respect to the court and dress appropriately and get to court on time and do all the things I needed to do. I think I was streaming the Karen Reed trial at the time, the first one. So when you get, so of course you're well rested when you're sent home at 4:00 and you come home the next morning.
About it, crafted an answer and sent it back. Let's go back and listen to the Commonwealth talking about that bag in their clothes.
You know from the records and from the pill bottles what she was prescribed and how she was supposed to take those medications. And you know from the pill bottles what she actually took. And sometimes those two things didn't align with what she told her providers, what she told Patrick, what she told her mother. So you can see that in a lot of the medication she has. You have the pill bottles that were turned in by Patrick, and a lot of them don't even have many pills missing from the bottles. Some of them have none.
All right, Susan Hendricks, Ali Benevento, and Randolph Rice. Randolph, what do you think of the question? And given the prosecutor Sprague closings, any gut reaction to that?
Well, I think it could go either way. If you're looking at it from a prosecutor's standpoint, they may be saying, the jury may be saying, let's take a look at exactly how many pills were actually left in those bottles. Is it true, as to what the prosecution was telling us, that she wasn't following the medication prescriptions, the regimens, and she wasn't telling her doctors? The flip side of that is that the defense, and we don't, obviously Mr. Reddington wasn't showing any emotion, is that they are wanting to see all the different medications she was actually on, and that how serious was it? How deep was she into this mental health treatment? So it could cut both ways. It's hard to tell right now.
Allie?
Yeah, I agree. Difficult to know what they're thinking. There was also some discussion about whether she was being dishonest with her providers, and that the pill bottles, according to Jennifer Sprague, could provide some insight as to that. Perhaps the jury may be wondering, was she, do we want to compare what we see in the medical records to what we see in those pill bottles to determine whether she was intentionally withholding information or making misrepresentations? Does that matter in their analysis? But I keep coming back to, if the issue really is, was she criminally responsible, there really has not been an argument that the lack of criminal responsibility comes from an over-medication, but rather from an episode of psychosis. So I'm not sure exactly what to make of this question, and I know it's not fair that we don't have the actual question, but I agree with Randolph's analysis. It could go one way or the other, and honestly, the answer is we just don't know. But I wonder if it has to do with her disclosure to her providers and her truthfulness.
And Susan, that was a big part of the Commonwealth's case at the end, is that through their experts and then in their close, she wasn't honest. This woman who's supposedly super honest and is a great mom and great nurse, she wasn't honest about something that was very important and you could argue may have saved the life of her children. That was, she wasn't forthcoming about the ideations of harming her kids, except for to Patrick and her mother the one time, but not to the providers. And because she knows the system, the allegation is, if she'd have been honest, they'd have taken the kids. Well, if they'd have taken the kids would be alive. And the jury has to factor that in.
Yeah, kind of putting the blame on her, saying that this was up to her, that she was a labor and delivery nurse for 9 years, and so she should have known better. She wasn't up front. But also, during the defense, Reddington's closing argument, him holding up that bag, his story was, look, she had a wonderful life. She did nothing wrong. And then because of this, which I thought was powerful, that big bag of pills that we saw, once she met Dr. Tufts, her life was not good anymore. So to me, it would seem like this was positive for the defense. But
right. That's what I think. It's someone's on there saying, what about all these medications? But little problem with that is that she'd been on some of these medications before and said that she had no side effects. So what's different this time?
Medication, and she trusted the medical field, which failed her. We've heard that time and time again.
Randolph, if she was the problem in terms of her lack of disclosures, if she made bad decisions during her downward journey, does it matter if at the end of the day she was in psychosis? The jury's got to decide yes or no, are you criminally responsible? And whose fault is it?
Just really reminds me of the arguments I used to have with people about the Karen Reed case, saying Karen Reed's personality is so important. And they say, oh, no, it's just the car data showing that she went 24 miles an hour in reverse. I think it's important, with her foot 75% on the gas pedal. And she never hit the brake. As far as, when she hit something, she didn't get out and check. She told her father, I thought I hit something, but her personality. We had the same thing. Like, it doesn't matter. For whatever reason. Sort of like a mutual abuse. So to me, that was like a DV case. Same as Mackenzie Shirilla. I mean, I think it matters who the defendant is. And we never really found out who Lindsay Clancy is because she had all this phony, and fake testimony from her family. Nobody's willing to tell the truth. The whole truth. And I'm talking about lies by omission. There's a lot left out, but we don't know.
And let's be clear, everybody does not experience any illness or depression, especially mental illness, in the same way. And so the question is really not about was it her fault, but I think where the prosecution was...
What is she talking about? We don't experience mental illness in the same way. Okay, they're like subtle differences, but the whole reason you get one diagnosis and not another is because there's a certain set of symptoms which Lindsay Clancy would have known and could have faked. This whole case from the prosecution should have been about malingering, faking, making an alibi. Because she's crafty and she's cunning and she's calculating. That's how psychopaths act. Or sociopaths, to use Lindsay Clancy's word.
That's the ultimate question.
Yeah, but jurors likely could get derailed by the thought of, hey, if I was her, I would have, because that's what jurors do. They put themselves, they're not supposed to, but they do it every time. They put themselves in the defendant's chair and say, well, here's why I would never do that. Oh, I would
never do that. And if I killed my kids, I'd be throwing myself on the mercy of the court. I could not live with myself. I wouldn't be blaming everybody else. And why didn't the prosecution go with that? Talk about Monday morning quarterbacking. I've become the queen of Monday morning quarterbacking in this case. But go with something true. That's actually based on the evidence. What are they doing in this case? Why didn't they say Lindsay Clancy wants to blame everybody else? And then I would have gone to her extremely privileged life. Yeah, she did have a great life living in a $500,000 home, getting 8 months off. I know they did bring up that, but I'd connect all her privilege and all her whining. Sorry. Poor me. I just have a nanny and my mother and my husband to help out at a moment's notice. Poor me. I only get to work out an hour and a half a day, but some days it's really hard to get out of bed some days. That's depression to Lindsay Clancy. Give me a flippin' break. I mean, it's one of these things you can't disprove. It's all in Lindsay Clancy's head. And she's an unreliable narrator. That's what I would have said as a prosecutor.
4 hours, 56 minutes and counting. Our continuing coverage continues and will continue.
At least Sylvia Plath sealed doors from her kids. Yeah. But this wasn't even a real attempt. At least Sylvia Plath accomplished what she wanted to accomplish. So when I see people who told me, like, any day Karen Reed's going to go down and she's going to prison forever, and I would be like, say that they thought the prosecution's close was so strong and it's just a cakewalk for the Commonwealth in this case, makes me think that my gut feeling on this case is correct. That she will get some kind of favorable verdict or we're going to see a hung jury. Oh, you want to see a demonstration by a Lindsay Clancy supporter about the exercise bans for Jennifer Sprague?
Because demonstration.
I hope they don't kill me on this music, but I'm going to just turn it off. I was really amused to see that there were many live streams that went down. And boy, that was a exercise in humility to see how personally every channel took it. It took yesterday's basically attack of the live stream. I was just looking at another channel's like, YouTube has to get better. How dare YouTube do this to? I wasn't quite like that. I was just like, it felt had such trouble streaming this trial, but it was cool to find out that a lot of other channels have had trouble streaming it too. So I don't think it was looped over like that. That's the problem, is that she said it never got to that point, right? Where you actually tie a knot. That's what you consider a knot. That's the problem. See, they consider this a debunking, but I think we went through great pains to say they weren't knotted. And Patrick Clancy, talk about another unreliable narrator in this case. All right. Law and crime, it's just empty air. I guess they're playing commercials. Thanks, Burn Films. Appreciate it. But I don't think this is good. I don't think that question is good. Shayna says, just donated via Venmo. Thank you, Shayna Melvin. And she says, thank you, Roberta. And I say, thank you, Shayna. If you want to support the stream via Venmo, the link is that little blue square on the upper right-hand corner. Just aim your camera on it, and it will take you right to my Venmo to support ad-free streaming of this trial.
The courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts, where the jury has now been out for 5 hours deliberating the fate of 36-year-old Lindsay Clancy, the labor and delivery nurse who killed her 3 children in the basement of her home, strangling them to death with exercise bands. It is a horrible case. The children, 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, 8-month-old Callan, lost their lives at the hands of their mother. The defense is trying to convince, or did try to convince, the jury during the evidence that this was a case of a woman in the throes of psychosis. Part of the most heartbreaking part of this case was the beginning. First, you had Patrick Clancy take the stand. The jury listened to the 911 call made by Patrick Clancy. And then, one by one, the first responders who arrived at the house and found the 3 dead children in the basement took the stand. Let's go back and listen to some of the testimony that the jury was exposed to in those first crucial days of the Commonwealth's case.
These photos of...
So Polymarket has this, thanks to whoever mentioned this, Polymarket has this as her conviction as a 36% of the people say yes, and the majority So 66% of the people say no, she won't be convicted. And her chance has gone down of being convicted, not up.
Little spikes or peaks, which would just result in momentary increases in blood pressure that would result in more petechial hemorrhages.
And what would cause that blood being able to flow?
Any movement against the carotid arteries. The carotid arteries are thicker and more muscular than the veins, so they're more likely to push through with the blood. So that could be movement of the ligature or movement of the person handling the ligature or Dawson himself.
Some of the things we notice is sort of a blue tint to the skin, which typically, we can see when there's less oxygen or lack of oxygen. And then the other things on a quick survey is there was some areas of bruising on the neck and around the eyes called petechia, kind of little bleeding, episodes of bleeding under the skin, and I believe a small amount of blood coming from the nose.
Were you able to make observations of her hands or other parts of her body?
So the hands definitely had that, what we call cyanosis or blue hue.
You mentioned earlier that you did see some marks around his neck. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those consistent with?
Strangulation of some sort, most likely from an object, based upon the linear aspect of the bruising.
And when you say the linear aspect of the bruising, does that mean it's in a straight line?
Correct.
Thanks, Alexa.
Allie, Benevento, and Randolph Rice still with us.
The Alexa 6.
Actual killing of the children. I mean, it's heartbreaking. The jurors were moved during those first days of trial because of the reaction.
It's heartbreaking, guys. Anytime anybody says things like that, it breaks your heart. Red flag.
Do you find that over the course of a trial that there is some desensitizing from, the jury? It's human nature. They're exposed to such gruesome things day after day. By the end, when Attorney Sprague was really hammering on that in her close, thoughts of the effectiveness?
I didn't think that this was necessary to this trial as much. They needed to establish that the children were killed. We get that. And that's a horrible thing. And I do think that they become desensitized. But the point of that was it didn't move the needle, at least in my opinion.
Talk about how these kids fought their mother.
The crime. And really to go to what I think that they should have hammered more of, and I think they did it in closing, and they certainly put this evidence in, was what was her behavior before? What were the things she was doing? And the problem that they had was, again, there wasn't that planning element of this. She was a loving mother.
That's what we heard about. The planning element was her fake. The planning element was all of her fake mental health crises. But they fully adopted that. They handed the defense so much power in this.
The problem the prosecution has had from the beginning is their version of events makes no sense. They have no burden to prove their motive, but jurors want to make sense of something. This is nonsensical, and in a way, Kevin Reddington's defense of this was a woman in the throes of psychosis, at least even if we cannot understand it or we have not ourselves experienced it,
there's no evidence for it.
Nonsensical, horrific act in some sort of context. The prosecution did not have that. They changed their story from the opening to the closing because they had to, because it never made sense, and it still doesn't. And so I think their decision to lean in on some of the gruesome details, it's possible that that may appeal to the jurors' emotions. How could it not? But it's also possible that that approach could backfire because it can come across as cruel and gratuitous.
No, I didn't think they came out across as cruel. They didn't hammer it home enough. Thank you for bringing up that the prosecution, they haven't really changed their theory. They started out with this theory. She was such a control freak. We heard about it early on in the trial. She was such a control freak. She wanted to end it all, but she slid out the window and really didn't mean to end it all. She just couldn't end it all. She didn't have the guts to kill herself. She only had the guts to kill her 3 kids. Give me a break. She tried to do this before. So I was thinking about her voice, and why hasn't someone brought this up? I think I've brought it up before. I think my audience has brought it up. When the voice says to her that this is the last chance, right? In order for it to be the last chance, there has to be a first and a second and a third chance. At least a first chance, right? It can be 1 or 2. But there had to be a chance before this. What happened before? Why was Cora's stomach aching? Did she try to murder these kids before? Did Patrick more in the know than he's telling? There's some, I just get the feeling there is some really, everybody's sitting on some, meaning everybody in that family is sitting on some super damaging information on Lindsay Clancy. They know, they saw, she mentioned because the next question is, right? If you saw something or she tried to do this before, why didn't you protect your kids? And then it's not, right? It's if I were the prosecutor, I would have said something like, again, with my Monday morning quarterbacking, but like the defense wants us to believe an impossible story that a loving mother takes a little bit of medication that she's very familiar with and side effects she's very familiar with, and she knows how to ask for help and she knows how to get help, and she's tuned in to this field, right? And if she wants another doctor, all she does is ask the people she works with, hey, you know a good blah, blah, blah. Or she knows where the good doctors are, right? And instead she chooses to kill her kids. The defense wants you to believe that a loving mother's kids all end up strangled at the loving mother's own hands. After hearing a voice once and never again. And I'll bring it up again for those in the back who haven't heard me say this, and for those who have. Something the prosecution never mentioned is that when the voice is offering her and saying it's her last chance, last chance is an invitation to do something that's beneficial to you. We don't talk about last chances and things that are horrifying to us, to use Lindsay Clancy's own language, and devastating. We use last chance as an offer to do something that's going to be beneficial to you. Lindsay wanted these kids dead. And I would have said, as the prosecutor, I can't tell you why. Because there's a civil case, because this family is entrenched in shame and won't tell us what really went on in that house. So there will be a lot of holes in this story. Sorry. And I know they can't remark on the defendant's right to remain silent. So they can't say in Lindsay Clancy. You notice Lindsay Clancy was never asked to testify. We never saw a moment. Why was Lindsay Clancy never stood up and said, I'm not going to testify in this case before it went, before the defense closed? Did I miss that? Did that happen and I missed it? I don't remember it. Did I miss that moment? I know. John Lewin has been on me. He's like, get your Get your law degree. Get your law degree. Thanks, Wesley. I don't know. I don't think I want to be in that group, but maybe.
And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her.
Where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing.
And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
At any point in time, did
All
she
right,
tell
I
you
have to
she
take
was
a
planning to kill
little
herself?
break. I'll be right back.
No.
Do you think possibly that she's over-medicated?
I was practicing independently with my full credentials for about a month.
Cora was into princesses. She just liked taking care of people.
I'm truly finding my 19-month-old to be the most difficult human I've ever encountered. How you would describe Callan? How would you describe him?
He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby.
How many women have you treated that were suffering from postpartum psychosis?
I don't think I have.
Welcome to Court TV Live. I'm Susan Hendricks, coming to you from Court TV studio in Atlanta, while Ted Rowlands is in Massachusetts for the Lindsay Clancy murder trial, which has wrapped up a 5-week trial. Thanks so much for being with us. We are officially in verdict watch in the accused killer mom trial of Lindsay Clancy. 5 hours and 14 minutes in. This Massachusetts jury, they have been deliberating. This is the first full day. They did partially yesterday, but we are watching, keeping an inside look. You're looking at a live shot from inside.
Okay, so I didn't make it yet. I didn't make it to take a little bathroom break. But John DePietro says he's in the courtroom. He's another one who was convinced Karen Reed was going to get convicted and the jury was great in the second trial. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get a verdict today. It would be great if they could get a verdict before the weekend, because the more likely this goes over to the weekend, the more likely that they are going to break down and start looking at the media on this case.
For 75 cents.
That comes under, you don't talk about hallway conversations with other attorneys. So.
Right, you don't talk about hallway attorneys. Like, probably what Kevin Reddington said is, you really got me good with those quarters. I should have never left them up, and they were laughing about it behind the scenes, if I had to guess. If I had to guess. These crazies probably haven't read. Yeah, if you guys want to read the search warrant application, it's 600 pages or something crazy, but it's a lot of repetition in it. So it's a lot of copying and pasting. I'll put the link up in the, if you guys want to read it, I'll put it in the chat. I hope this isn't too long. Is this one of these crazy long? All right, I'll make it shorter. Hold on. Let me make that link shorter. Hold on one second. Okay, here's a shorter link for you. And I'll turn it on. Hold on.
Kevin Reddington getting a lot of attention. You see it outside of the courthouse, how much attention this trial is bringing as we are in verdict watch. Joining me to discuss the case, trial attorney Krista Ramey. Krista, good to see you.
You too.
So this breaking news. We had a question about an hour ago from the jurors. Can you read into that? Kevin Reddington walked out of the courthouse, told a few of those outside of the courthouse what the question was, and it was about pill bottles and also a knife. What does that say to you?
Well, one, I don't know. I don't know how to really zone in on that particular pieces of evidence as to whether it favors one side or the other. It tells me that they are looking at the evidence and they want to go through it. Now, the judge didn't send any of it back, not even the pill bottle. I get why they didn't send the knife back. They could have brought the knife back with a courtroom attendant or a bailiff that could have held the knife and shown the knife to the jury. So there is ways that the jury could have seen it. The jurors didn't get an opportunity to look at some of this evidence up close during trial. So while they're deliberating, it is the only opportunity they really get in order to do that. Now, I think that, you can look at the fact that they're asking for, specific evidence that was used for her suicide attempt to be pretty important. Whether or not that swings one way or the other, I don't know. My view is it probably doesn't. It probably says to me that there are jurors that do not have their mind made up yet and want to take a look at, the implements that she used to try to kill herself to judge whether or not it was a serious attempt. That's my best guess at looking at the tea leaves here.
Yeah, Kirsten, a big part of the case, as you mentioned, and during closing arguments and throughout the trial, we heard from Kevin Reddington saying, look, she was a normal mom. She did nothing wrong, essentially saying she had no problems until she met a doctor who prescribed all of these pills. She wasn't reacting to them, holding up the bag during closing arguments. So to me, it may say, okay, right, how seriously was she taking? Did she want to no longer be here anymore? Did that drive her to where she was at the time that her 3 children were killed? So does that say to you, will this be difficult? It appears difficult to me, a difficult job the jurors have. They always do. But in this case, there's so much to analyze and go through.
Well, and you're right. And if you notice, at the beginning of the trial, the prosecution had a little bit of a different theory than they did in their closing arguments. So at the beginning of the trial, it was that this is not a serious suicide attempt. This was a cold, calculated woman that controlled every aspect of her life, etc. And then at closing, you had a much softer, more empathetic view of Lindsay, where it was that she didn't want to live anymore, and so she needed to take her children with her because no one could care for them the way that she did. So you have kind of 2 different, theories or approaches to that. So, I think that kind of can get the prosecution in trouble a little bit, because beyond a reasonable doubt, if the prosecution is kind of questioning how she got there, even though they don't have to prove motive, the jury just kind of wants to know the why, particularly with something so horrible like the death of these 3 children and the way in which they were killed.
Is that common, Krista, to shift kind of where you're going based on the attention that the case gets, how you're feeling the jury is responding to you?
Absolutely. I think that oftentimes during trial, I do civil work where, most of my cases involve sex abuse claims. And so at the beginning of the trial, some attorneys might approach telling the jury how much money they're going to ask at the end of the day. I don't want to do that. I don't want to tell every detail about every piece of evidence in my opening statements, because I don't want the jury to be looking for that. And then if I do change my mind or evidence doesn't come in because a judge makes an adverse ruling to me, or I look at the evidence coming in and I think, well, what I told the jury at the beginning of the trial is wrong. I need to be asking for this amount instead, whether it's higher or lower. That causes me to lose credibility. And since I'm the one that is giving out the information to the jury, I have to be credible. My client has to be credible too, but I have to also be credible. So you have to be careful when you change course, but you do oftentimes, have ideas about how things are going to come in, and then they don't. The judge can, pull the carpet right from underneath you, and you're looking at a completely different case than when you came into the case. I think that these prosecutors read the room. They probably, watched some, legal analysts on court TV, picking apart things, and they took a different approach at the time, it came to closing arguments. I think it was smart in their case because it it made them more empathetic to the victims and more empathetic to Lindsay as well.
Yeah, and I think in the opening statement, it was she wanted out of motherhood, but we saw testimony after testimony of everyone saying she was a great mom. As we wait, Krista, 5 hours, 23 minutes and counting, we're going to go to movement, any movement outside of the courtroom, and bring you in the courtroom. Meanwhile, some of the most important testimony in this case were the witnesses, including Patrick Clancy, the husband.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right here? Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant of the shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
All right, good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay? All right, Commonwealth, please.
Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Patrick Clancy. It's Patrick Clancy.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury.
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes.
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I worked from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing, and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
At that point in time, when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
3 years, maybe.
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the 3. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasystems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but
Okay, so you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time, is that correct?
yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
That, of course, was Patrick Clancy during the 5-week trial on the stand during his now ex-wife's murder trial. Did his testimony help the defense? And will the jury be discussing that testimony as we speak? They are 5 hours, 30 minutes in. We're going to take a quick break. We'll bring you every development from inside the courtroom and outside.
I'm Ted Rollins outside the courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts, covering the accused killer mom trial for Lindsay Clancy. We have you covered inside and outside this courthouse. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
And I'm Susan Hendricks in the Court TV studios in Atlanta as we wait for the jury to come to a decision. What will they decide? They are day 2, 5 hours and 34 minutes in. As soon as we hear any information, we're going to bring it to you. You won't miss a moment. Meanwhile, it's been a long trial. That's a live look inside the courtroom. 5 weeks and some key testimony here that I believe the jurors are going through as we speak. A huge witness was Lindsay's husband. Let's go back to his testimony.
Immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good, okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem.
Per diem.
And then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen.
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then
He has a really good memory. Am I in here? No. Okay, here we go. Angelica, thank you so much. So, Angelica C. Benhofer, 5897. I hope I got that right. Probably didn't. I'm sorry, Angelica. Remington and his love made up a ridiculous story. You mean his love? You mean Lindsay Clancy? Made up a ridiculous story because they know nothing about psychosis. 15 minutes never happened and will never happen. But yeah, they made up a story, but so did the prosecution. And they made it up. They based it on their ridiculous expert witness. Made up that the motive was to kill herself, even though she did a terrible job.
You know, traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
One nanny testified, yes.
page 13, if I may approach.
You may. You don't have to keep telling me the pages. That's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read to yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah.
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And After dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So.
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after the baby. Maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
She just had a really hard time being separated from them.
Okay. What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away, and I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
As the jury deliberates 5 hours and 42 minutes in, we're taking you back. Key testimony here. This is from the now ex-husband of Lindsay on the stand, Patrick, talking about what he noticed after the birth of each child. Right now, they're talking about cleaning out the garage. What will that lead to? Was it mania? Were there signs? He also discusses firing the nanny. Don't go anywhere. More after the break.
I'm sure Lindsay Clancy, the princess, did not like that. This woman had it so good in life. I mean, I've brought it up before, but he's so vague with every question, passenger princess says, or just yes or no, because he's been told not to elaborate by his civil attorneys. Don't elaborate. Almost the free lunch hour and a half. Right. What did they go to lunch at 1? They're usually told not to take a poll right away. They're told to talk about it before they take a poll. So they're discouraged usually from taking a poll right away, but some do anyway. Like I said, when I was a juror, the first vote was 11 guilty, of which I was a part of that 11. And one person thought this child predator was not guilty. And she misunderstood a lot of the evidence, just liked him, which was like bizarre. And she eventually relented. But it took we had a civil lawyer, like this older gentleman on the retired civil lawyer we had a lot of people who on that jury who worked within the confines of, like, who worked around lawyers or were lawyers, or odd. It was an odd picking. I thought, you know, we were joking with my audience. I don't know. Was anyone in my audience at that time? Right before I had to show up to jury duty? Because I pushed it as far as I could push it. Because I think it was during the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, and it was just nutty for me before, so I had to push it off. They told me I could not push it off anymore. So I had to go. Is anyone in the audience for that? I don't know. No. I was joking around with my audience. I was like, how quickly are they going to dismiss me? Is it going to be 5 minutes? 50 minutes? People were like, 5 seconds. They're going to dismiss you. So when I was the only one picked of my group of 50, I was like totally shocked. You were, Crows and Gals? You remember that? I was like, well, the only one in my group of 50 to be picked for the jury. It was the last juror. It was juror number 12. The last juror picked. And I was like, oh, no. I really thought I would be out of there so fast. I just thought it was an automatic, you know. I thought I'd be a no-go. And I was answering like the questions that they asked and really honestly. So I thought that would do it. But no, that would get me off of it. But no. So it seemed like the defense was going to go with some kind of like false memory, that the victim had false memories. And I was like, I am not on board with false memories. And I thought that would throw me off the jury. But it didn't. So, do they have to avoid words like lie, right? I don't know. Reddington doesn't avoid those kind of words, like malinger. I mean, I don't know. I'm not picky. I'll take malinger. I'll take faked. Anything direct, you know? If lie is too strong.
During the time that she had her 3 children. Let's listen to his testimony and see how relevant it is to their decision. His decisions, will that play in to what they decide?
Now, eventually you had your 3rd child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora.
Yeah, it's really odd with Patrick Clancy. Like, he'll use these things, like he loves proof of things. Like, we were both smiling. So it was great for both of us. Our relationship was great. We told each other we loved each other multiple times a day. My children told me they loved me.
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
Okay. And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months, when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
Yeah.
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all 3 kids, and there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time, for lunch or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Okay. And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there were some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So
if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at that time?
I want to bring back in trial attorney Krista Ramey to get her take on the now ex-husband, Patrick Clancy, and his testimony. How pertinent is this to the case, to the prosecution and to the defense?
I think his testimony cuts both ways. It really, really does. I think that he has provided the prosecution with some very good testimony in terms of, how she was, in the months leading up to the suicide attempt and the killing of his children. So he talks about how, she was, calm and she doesn't want to go back to work and she has anxiety, all of these things, right, that we've been talking about. But that also cuts the other way. And so when he talks about those things, on cross-examination, we're hearing more, about how prolific this was in her life, that she couldn't go back to work. She didn't want to leave her children. There was that's kind of almost manic, which feeds into the bipolar diagnosis, okay? The, keeping of all of the detailed instructions for people that are watching the children, that kind of fits in with manic. And so his testimony does cut both ways. And it also became apparent that at the end of the case, that Reddington finally kind of maybe was listening to some of the conspiracy theories out there, but he really questioned the veracity of some of the things that Patrick said in terms of could he actually, did Lindsay actually say to him, I tried to kill myself and the kids are in the basement?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that we all kind of thought, you know, how is this possible? You know, I guess with this thoracic spinal cord injury, you know, you probably don't have that serious of injuries to your throat. Maybe you can talk, but there was, you know, evidence of injuries to her throat as well from the, you know, cutting. And, you know, so I think that it all became very clear that, you know, his testimony could also play into not just a not guilty by reason of insanity or lack of criminal responsibility, but maybe also a not guilty verdict, a straight up not guilty verdict, that the prosecution has not proven their case. Not that she's not guilty in terms of they didn't think that she did it, but has the prosecution proved each element of first degree, second degree, or manslaughter?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I thought that was masterful on the side of the defense, what we saw with Kevin Reddington, because he didn't necessarily have to say anything. He just kind of stood back and said, wait a minute, why, and this was a line, he said that, why would she do it now when she has a couple hours when you're out running errands? Why not when you're out with the guys, throwing in a ski trip, planting seeds of reasonable doubt? And you're absolutely right in terms of speaking. Could she speak? Because all of the first responders said no. They heard grunts and groans, but he was able to do that. And in his opening statement, he spoke fondly of him, saying, Patrick does not have to be here. He is. You'll hear about what a great mother she is. And then he, out of the gate, he kind of turns on him.
It's almost like a mystery. It's almost like a mystery that was solved by the prosecution when they told us this is their answer for it, that she could have deteriorated by the time the first responders. And as someone who's been in that position, it's, you know, not exactly Lindsay Clancy's, but yeah. That can happen. Your body loses strength as it's fighting these injuries, right? Or you lose strength. Or she lost the will to talk once the police came around. She didn't want to incriminate herself.
Opportunities for him, you know, to be gone for a long period of time, for him to do this if it was something that she was thinking about and planning.
Yeah.
And that is why I think that a lot of us feel like that the psychosis is so believable, you know, that she became a puppet at that moment, just following the instructions of the voices that she was hearing, and make it so compelling. Because why would she pick a time when she barely had any time at all?
Yeah, and he
right. Why would OJ kill two people right before he took a trip? I don't know. Why does a killer do anything? Because they wanted to. Spoiler alert to everybody. It's a very boring answer. That's the big answer to why killers do anything. Because they wanted to. But this story is untrue on both ends. We haven't heard the true story of Lindsay Clancy, and maybe someone will dig into it, and maybe someone in this family, like her sister, who is a mandated reporter, licensed social worker, who would have been close with Lindsay Clancy, maybe she'll come out and start talking. Someone's got to talk. Maybe when the civil suit is over, maybe someone will talk. Maybe someone who worked with Lindsay Clancy. Maybe someone who had children, who played with Lindsay Clancy's children, will come out and talk. But someone saw something. And Patrick Clancy saw a heck of a lot more than he's talking about. Put this away. Let me get my big payout. Everybody get behind Lindsay. We'll get our big payout. And all will be forgotten. I have my new wife and Cora and Dawson and Callan. I'll give them all the middle finger, all my children. Too bad. Tough. You know, sometimes families tell each other this, right? When they want to support a killer. Well, the victim is dead. There's nothing we can do for them, which is a lie, but okay. But Lindsay Clancy is strangely still alive, and we can support her. Right. OJ. There's still people saying Joan Crawford. There's still a whole website up to Joan Crawford was a great mother and Mommy Dearest is a lie. I haven't looked into it myself. So I don't know. Maybe there's some truth in it. I don't know. Dichi64 says, off children, scratch yourself. The voice. Exactly. Thank you, Dichi, for continually to be the voice of the voice. As you know, I made my own little meme for the voice. Let me just take the banner down so you can see this for a second. The voice is Lindsay Clancy. I don't know. There are children who were adopted by Joan Crawford who benefited from her estate, said she was a great mother. I don't know. You know, I'm inclined to believe Christina because
speak when she was outside on the ground because it was confusing that the psychiatrist said that Patrick said she did.
I wouldn't believe him if he said in the middle of a blizzard that it was snowing out, okay? So I don't care what the psychiatrist said. You heard that, well, no, you didn't, unfortunately. If you were in the courtroom, you would have heard the tape. She was unable to speak. She just moaned and made grunting noises, that's all.
So why would Patrick say that?
How do I know?
Defense attorney Kevin Reddington doubling down there, talking about Patrick Clancy, the witness on the stand, the now ex-husband of his client. He's saying, I wouldn't believe him. And the cross-examination there was masterful. So he also testified in terms of what he saw at home, how Lindsay acted throughout the years.
She was really struggling. Listen to the actual behavior that goes along with this. She was quiet. Dichi says the voice was an inside job. Okay, here's Patrick's testimony on Lindsay Clancy's behavior.
Ted Rollins, of course, is outside of the courthouse there in Massachusetts. Meanwhile, I want to take you back to the testimony of Patrick Clancy. Take a look.
During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
Yes.
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts.
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
Okay. But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just like oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver, but eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
Okay. So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah, she was amazing.
Now, during this
She was
time
amazing.
frame, and again in the end of summer,
Did she do laundry and food prep? Yeah, she was amazing.
activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also participating, maybe not in organized situations, but in swimming, soccer, skiing, things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming, and yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Yeah, Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And as in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool, and they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes.
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do, or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did, there's like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
Key testimony of Patrick Clancy during that 5-week trial. Right now, we are on verdict to watch. 6 hours, 8 minutes in. It continues in Plymouth, Massachusetts, in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. Ted Rowlands is taking over next, live from outside the courthouse. Stay with us.
Just she did this program, I think, called Beachbody. Wouldn't that have been a source of issue between the two of them if she's doing a program? She wasn't just doing that. She was looking to sell that program, which is when you're in multi-level marketing, the statistics are that you're going to lose money. So I don't know. I don't know about this. Yeah, she was amazing. She did the she did the laundry and she chopped the vegetables the way we liked. She was amazing. No. All right. Let me see what people are talking about with Lindsay Clancy up on X. I don't know. You just have to laugh a little bit at these killers and their narratives. I found Matt Walsh's comment. Do I still have it in my bookmarks? I think I do. No, I don't. Okay, hold on. Matt Walsh made just about killers in general, just such a good post, saying the obvious, but sometimes it needs to be said. Hero mom, okay. If you're a woman looking for a mom to rally around and celebrate, suggest this one instead of Lindsay Clancy. A woman ran into a burning home to save her daughter's life. Wow. That is a hero mom. Yeah, here it is. Oh, nope. This is a new one. A woman admitting to strangling all of her children to death, being exonerated in court anyway, and then masses of women celebrating in the streets while the killer goes on to make millions in crowdfunding and lawsuits is possibly so grim. This is what I deal in. So if you're wondering why I laugh sometimes, I have to laugh or I'm going to cry. If you think true crime is depressing, try covering the subject of innocence fraud. I've watched this happen time and time again. A woman admitting to strangling all of her children to death. I don't know. They don't admit to it, but they do get their convictions overturned, re-victimizing the victim's family members. And then they go on to make millions. A woman admitted to strangling all of her children to death, being exonerated in court anyway, because our press does not do their due diligence and they don't care. For all these talking heads talking about how it breaks their heart, for their hearts are broken for Cora, Dawson, and Callan. They say just the children. Our hearts break for the children. They don't do their due diligence when a conviction is overturned and a formerly convicted killer is claiming that they've been exonerated. They don't spend a minute looking at the actual record before they push that narrative. Because they don't care. Okay, and then masses of women celebrating.
Welcome back.
All right, hold on. I'm going to finish reading this for a second, and then we'll get back to court TV. Okay, a woman admitting to strangling all of her children to death, being exonerated in court anyway, and then masses of women celebrating in the streets while the killer goes on to make millions in crowdfunding and lawsuits is possibly so grim that I can't bear to think about it. I don't know how you move on from that with any faith in the court system or the basic sanity and moral decency of a large portion of the public. It's a terrifying thought, truly. I don't know what we're supposed to do. If this is how it all turns out, let's pray that justice somehow still prevails. The alternative is a nightmare. True. But it might happen. It's not because of what happened in court, although I think a lot of it will have to do with how weak the prosecution was. And there was a real lack of courage on the part of the prosecution going with this going with these experts, going to Park Dietz and Associates. Is seriously Park Dietz and Associates the best it gets these days when it comes to experts? Are they all this lame?
Those items went back to the jury room. Obviously, the knife didn't, but did those pill bottles. Rick Grundy is with us. He is very familiar with New England and specifically this area, as he was the lead prosecutor for how many years?
I was a prosecutor for about 25 years.
25 years. The guy was, yes, he's an OG here in terms of the Commonwealth. And Krista Ramey is also with us. She is in Los Angeles. Cody Thomas is in the Court TV studios. And we are going to spend the next however many hours together as we wait for any word from this jury that's hard at work. You know, is there Friday verdict? Some of the jurors apparently were cleaned up a little. The guy that wears a T-shirt was wearing a collared shirt. A lot of reading the tea leaves, and then this question. Rick, the question has left us with more questions than any real answers. What do you opine by the knife and the pill bottles wanting more?
That's a tough question. Unfortunately, I'm a little bereft of information because what I see there is that these were items that were actually seized by Attorney Reddington after the fact. They were not seized by the Commonwealth, placed into evidence bags, locked into evidence, developing that chain of custody that follows through to the actual presentation in court. So there could be an objection to them being entered into evidence because they were not done in that formal manner. I don't know if that happened or not, but the easy answer would be that because of that, they've been marked for identification, but not entered as evidence, and therefore could not go to the jury.
And wouldn't they be back in the evidence room, in the deliberation room anyway? They wouldn't have to ask for them if they were.
In the normal course of deliberation, yes, they get all the evidence. However, that does not include weapons.
Right, yes.
That does not include bullets. And if there's actual drugs in here, in these bottles, that could be the same rationale.
Oh, that's a great point. That is a great point. So maybe they, and Krista Ramey, they did, the Commonwealth pointed out after Kevin Reddington used it as a prop, saying this, once she got these pills, her life went downhill.
They're worried that the jury is going to make a break for those benzos. Those benzos. Hey, listen, it's been a long trial, bailiff. It's been a long trial. We need some drugs to get through this deliberation. And I think a bailiff's heart would have had to be hard as stone not to give in. Look, we're not responsible when the jury begs us for benzos, when it begs us for Xanax to finish this deliberation. Yeah, I think we're going to see this go on for days. And then I think we're going to see a really weak verdict. I think someone's going to fold. This is what we're seeing, someone putting pressure, I think.
And so that is
But
probably
who knows?
why
Hate
they
predicting
won't
a
let
jury.
them back. But I do think that they could have allowed them back with a bailiff, so the jury could look at them, and see what how much medication was left in each bottle. I think that there was a way to show the jurors that evidence, because it is evidence that was definitely important during the course of this trial and used by both sides very effectively.
Cody Thomas is monitoring the YouTube feeds that we have going out, and we've got some people watching along with us, a lot of people actually, and we're glad to have you along with us because, frankly, we're going to get word before anybody else. It's our camera in the courtroom. It's our Rich, the photographer, who's on speed dial from the Commonwealth.
I relate to how uncomfortable that woman in the bottom left is. Wait, on camera. Oh, man. She's like, she looks so tense. She looks so tense. She's like, look, if they want to see it, I'm just saying that they can't trust the bailiff. You just don't know what she's struggling with. Could be struggling with illness. You don't know. So, it's just like, we can't trust the bailiff. She's like, they wanted to see this. I love Dame. I got to see Dame Edna in, like, in person when I was young. I got him to see, like, to see his show. It was awesome. So, let me get back on track. They're like, we can't trust the bailiff to not give these jurors drugs. We can't trust the bailiff not to take drugs after this trial. Sorry. We can't trust it. Can't trust them with the evidence. Can't trust the bailiff. I don't know. They asked to see the knife, but they're refusing to bring the knife back or the drugs, apparently. All right, let's listen to what more they say here.
Back out into the public. Of course, the whole idea is when she goes to that facility is that they'll evaluate her over the years. It's not going to be a quick thing. It's not going to be 6 to 8 months, but they're evaluating whether, she'll be a threat to herself, threat to the community, threat to people around her, and things of that nature. But, there's been talk about how sometimes people stay in those facilities longer than their expected sentence would have been if they were found guilty. So that's just something they're curious about as far as, asking questions in the chat. But still, again, Ted, overwhelmingly, people think this is going to be a not guilty or a result of her not being found criminally responsible.
So just a little on Park Dietz and Associates. Dr. Park Dietz, this is from a friend of mine who's listening, just sent this in, is a forensic psychiatrist who was invoked by NXIVM cult leader Keith Raniere, who's doing 120 years for child CP possession and sex trafficking, conspiracy charges. He's 120 years in prison. One of the most sadistic defendants I've ever seen. So Park Dietz is a forensic psychiatrist who was invoked by NXIVM cult leader Keith Raniere to claim that members of the secret DOS sorority, so this is the secret part of NXIVM, the S-slave part of NXIVM, master slave part of NXIVM, was thriving and uncoerced though Dietz clarified he was only evaluating a single individual and did not evaluate the group. That's what Park Dietz, not the people that work for Park Dietz. That's what Park Dietz, he was willing to support Keith Raniere. So when we wonder why these experts were so lame and had no problem supporting the killer's lies and months of making an alibi. Let's not forget, Lindsay Clancy knew the Andrea Yates case well. She didn't have years to plan an alibi. She just had months. So she zigzagged in between care providers and drugs as much as she could. And I'd love to know if Lindsay Clancy and Patrick Clancy, before she killed the children, had agreed to sue her providers. When was this decision to sue her providers? Before or after the children were murdered?
Just not pay if they think that that's the result.
Well, and that's always a real concern. Jurors always are asking themselves questions that are not appropriate for them to ask themselves while they're deliberating, and they're discussing it among the jurors as well. And, they also do things that they're probably not permitted to do, like look things up online. So, I'm not a firm believer in jurors always do the right thing in terms of those things, but there's also people that just have specific knowledge about the criminal justice system that they might, kind of know this anyway, that they'll be, committed. You also have like really notorious cases out there, like, Hinckley, for instance, who didn't get released until, I don't know, like a couple years ago. So you do have a lot of common knowledge information out there that would maybe put some of these reluctant jurors at ease. But with with Lindsay, because they are not saying that she's still in the throes of psychosis, which is what caused her to commit these crimes, then, there is the real possibility that she might not be confined for very long at all, maybe 60 to 90 days up to a year. The DA has a right to come in and every time that she's up to petition to keep her in. I think others do as well. So, there's ways that you can keep the system in check, but I don't know that the jurors actually know all of this, but they're definitely talking about it.
One of the drumbeats for this scenario is the victim family members. There is no victim family member that's come out against Lindsay Clancy. It muddies the water a little bit on a potential.
Muddies the water? It doesn't muddy the water. It guts the prosecution's case. Patrick Clancy and the Clancy family have given permission and encouragement to acquit Lindsay Clancy. The father of these children, everyone has failed these children. The prosecution, whether willingly or unwillingly, by not having the guts to really try this case in a really aggressive way, kowtowed to Kevin Reddington, adopted his defense. And I'm sorry, as someone who's been trying to persuade people on the internet for 9 years, I do not find it helpful in order to look like I'm reasonable to adopt the other sides, half of the other sides, to concede half of my argument to the other side. I've not found that helpful. And if the prosecution squeezes out a conviction, it will be in spite of their conviction and in spite of their weight case, not because of it.
Prosecution, the courtroom was packed behind Lindsay Clancy, and relatives, all of them that testified, supported her.
That's the thing, Ted. To your point that you were just making, it muddies the water a little bit because
No. Not all her relatives supported her. I mean, you could argue that Patrick Clancy's father testified for the prosecution. Patrick Clancy testified for the prosecution, but I would say he was a borderline hostile witness. But I think his father has something to say. I've thought that since the beginning. I think he's sitting on a ton of information. I think he might be the first one to crack prosecutors. So if this goes to a hung jury, maybe go to him first. I think he might crack.
You had Lindsay's mother and, her sisters and co-workers, which...
It's all fake. This is all their fake life. Fake.
Over just, off the natural progression of things. They want to be in support. But then you have Patrick Clancy's mother, Sue Clancy, who was also testifying on Lindsay's behalf in support of her. So, when you come back to this handful of people, and as you were pointing out, Ted, no one really going against her saying, get this woman, she murdered these kids, blah, 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 outside of the prosecutors themselves, I think that's really going to be something that the jury is wrestling with here.
Mm-hmm. And Krista, impressing your mother-in-law is a very difficult thing, let alone after you've killed her.
So Park Dietz also gave testimony in Andrea Yates. He had a major scandal in 2002 when he gave false testimony that's why he didn't testify in this case, although people from his firm did. Dr. Mack, what a piece of nonsense his testimony was. I loathe that witness. When he gave false testimony during the capital murder trial of Andrew Yates by claiming a non-existent Law and Order episode about a mother drowning her children had inspired her crime. Yeah, they came up with another false motive in the Andrea Yates case, another nonsense motive. And that's why it was overturned. You can thank Park Dietz for overturning Andrea Yates' conviction, whatever you think of it. But I would go back to the original trial testimony and of that trial and see if the narrative that we haven't been given is a little different. Okay, well,
a victim here. Her grandchildren were killed. And this, you could see the incredible pain that she had when talking about that at the beginning of her direct. And then for the prosecution to attack a victim on the stand, I just have never seen anything like that before in terms of trying to win a case maybe at all costs, but there was a way to cross-examine her. This was not the way.
I didn't think of that. I didn't think that was it. I disagree with this woman. This woman's not a victim. She's a victim's family member, but she's on the stand. She nods to the killer on the way out. This woman killed her grandkids, and she's supporting the killer.
Knowing your case. I mean, now that might be somewhat of an overcharge, but their beginning stance was 360.
It's not likable.
Stance. The use of the attempted suicide did a complete 360 on that. So I think those were the biggest missteps. And again,
They didn't do a 360. They started out with that theory. We heard about it in opening. What are they talking about 360? They're just saying that the evidence contradicts the prosecution's case. And that's a problem. You cannot look at that ending it all attempt from 14 feet. I mean, it sounds like a joke.
See the groundswell of support when they knew the interviews with the family members had a certain tenor to them, including Patrick.
I think the assumption there was that these are individuals who are so close to every element of this crime, grandkids first and foremost, children first and foremost, that to some degree, and knowing the defendant too, as the defense, and I think one of the hardest things the defense has is to show that she went from great mom to murderer back to great mom. That's not the person they knew. And there's a part of it, I think, when you're that close, psychologically, it's far easier to accept as a break from reality than it is that this person who lived with my son for 14 years and had these 3 children is a knowing murderer.
Yeah, and there might be some also natural guilt within that circle because she did reach out for help. And
I don't think it's guilt. I don't think it's guilt that she reached out for help. I don't think it's guilt. It's, if anything, it's shame that they have that their son married a triple child murderer. And it just seems like this is a really money-oriented family. I mean, who needs $1 million? Who okays a GoFundMe for $1 million? And then he complains about $17 that he goes on a trip to Costa Rica alone with this GoFundMe money to heal himself. And he's complaining about a $17 to see a view that goes to preserving some national park. I mean, come on. Really? I mean, I get it. I get that you're like $17. It's hefty. But for him, really? I know. Nobody's cheaper than someone with a lot of money. If you want generosity, go to people who are broke. That's been my experience. If you want to find the nice people in a business, go to the mailroom. Because they're not at the top of the firm. That's been my experience. Psychopaths, narcissists, unpleasant people, not always, but go to the top in our society. And if you are a criminally minded nurse, making an alibi, it pays to make a little bit of an alibi, make some records for yourself. If you want to argue after you kill your kids, you did it because of medication, which I think was her original thing, medication and poor mental health. She didn't think that she needed the voices. She thought the medication would cover it until she met Kevin Reddington. Then he was like, yeah, we need voices. I mean, to be fair to Patrick Clancy, you do need money to live. But how much? I mean, $1 million to... Really? I've just never seen anything like it. $1 million in a GoFundMe, and then he's suing everybody else. He's joining Lindsay Clancy, who was treated better than 99.99% of us. I mean, I brought it up yesterday. As I'm streaming this trial, I'm getting a call to move the appointment I have with the specialist that I made 6 months ago. Okay, I made this appointment 6 months ago for September 2027. So not this upcoming September, guys. The year after that. They wanted to know if I could come in a day early. I was like, oh, my dance card's all booked up then. They didn't even laugh. This woman got to see everybody right away. She didn't have to wait for anything. 1.7 million he made on that GoFundMe. It wasn't just $1 million. Is that what you're saying, Justice Jane? He to cremate the children, cremated them, which is his right. What channel? What are you talking about? Is there a verdict? I don't think so. Yeah, I have to get into the civil suits. I've been so consumed with this trial. I haven't really gotten into the civil suits, though I know it would be illuminating. At that point, she knew she shouldn't say anything. And why would Patrick lie? It's stupid. Prosecution lacked courage in this case. And it was hard for me, just as a person who has a bias against Kevin Reddington, who does not like Kevin Reddington. I found myself not able to disagree with him at times in this trial. I think Kevin Reddington might have done a better job prosecuting this case than the prosecutors. I'm not saying he's that great an attorney. I think he's a good defense attorney.
This young lady, believe me, I don't have many clients like that. This young lady did nothing wrong in her life. She was a nurse, a daughter, a wife, and a darn good mother.
That's Kevin Reddington in his close talking about Lindsay Clancy and her character before she started that downward tumble, spin, out of control, starting months before she ended up killing her 3 children on January 24th, 2023. Another part of Kevin Reddington's closing argument that raised some eyebrows and definitely caught the attention of everybody in the courtroom was when he started pulling out quarters from his pocket and laying them down on the rail, equating it to basically a pool hall challenge to the Commonwealth. Take a listen.
We're just going to assassinate this young lady in every which way we can. Remember that evidence?
I was concerned. She was drinking 5 drinks a day. She was worried about, you heard the evidence up to 2019. What are they talking about? She wasn't drinking while she had her kids. She wasn't drinking while she's breastfeeding. She would have a couple of beers with her friends. That's bad. Put that over in the bad pile. Right here. We spent all that time showing through Dr. Lapasada's testimony that this was a legitimate, dreadful, horrific suicide attempt. You think about this beautiful young girl throwing herself out a window.
Out 14 feet. They should have ripped apart Dr. Lapasada's testimony. I would have gone so hard against Dr. Lapasada's testimony. This expert, as Reddington said, wants us to say it was a horrendous end-it-all attempt. It wasn't just that she miscalculated sliding out the window and did not anticipate the hard January ground. It was so horrendous, and that the way that she killed the children was so loving and kind, and just put them to sleep, tucked them in, gave them more milk, and then put 10 pounds of pressure on their necks for 4 to 7 minutes. And that the bruises that they get fighting their murderous mother, Dr. Lapasada wants you to believe, came from running and playing. Why did I think the prosecution didn't hear it. It was very short. It was a second. It was so revolting. I don't know why they didn't go after it, but it is revolting.
Why she needed the bands not knotted. And then she said, it's like this. And they sprang open. Remember that? Dr. Lapasada said, yeah, I saw what you did. And she walked away like if the glove won't fit moment. Quarter number 2. And it shows the manipulation. This government, this prosecution is a mess. They would take...
Can't disagree, Kevin Reddington. They're a mess.
That she did not tie a knot and walk away because, as Dr. Lapasada said, you're talking about 4 or 5 seconds so somebody passes out. No, they got to have the 4 minutes. And that's not what the evidence shows, is it? And you've also got manipulation of Paul Zeisel. Told.
I would have gotten a timer up there and I would have waited in silence. I talked about this early on for 4 minutes. You know how long that is in a courtroom to be silent for 4 minutes? People can't stand being silent these days for 4 seconds, let alone 4 minutes. Get a scale. Show them 10 pounds. Put 10 pounds on a scale. 10 pounds of pressure.
All broken up. And she told you that she continued. She was there when Lindsay came out of, was extubated. She was there when Lindsay was going through her treatments. She was there for 8 days before Paul Zeisel even knew Lindsay existed.
Rick Grundy, Krista Ramey, Cody Thomas with us as we wait for any word out of this.
Yeah, I was telling someone, everybody knows about this trial, though, like people who I encounter in my real life when I have appointments, care providers. I want to talk about this case. But someone would say, he said, well, you know, I was talking about it to one of my people in my real life. I don't want to out them. But he was saying like, oh, well, she's rich, so she probably paid off the judge. I didn't get the feeling that she paid off the judge. I think Reddington may have, you know, greased a palm to get this judge with a court clerk. I don't know, maybe. Or maybe they're all like that, though. It seems like you don't have to go far to find a defense-friendly judge in this area of Massachusetts.
On the edges, and I can see that he is challenging them to answer these questions. You know, most of us, many of us do this where we, you know, maybe write a question on a whiteboard or tell a question to the jury. You know, I have some questions, you know, for the other side, and I would like, you know, maybe let's see if they answer them in, you know, when they have their opportunity to come up here, because I will not have another shot at that. And you know, so that's, you know, how I do something like that. But that is all he was basically doing. He was challenging them to answer for what they did. And I think that can be very effective, because the dramatic, you know, throwing down of the quarters is, it's waking the jury up, and the jury is paying attention. And what is he saying here? And why is this so important? And so I think that it's good. I think you should take the quarters up.
Yeah. Cody, the quarter thing, we've been in courtrooms before, and defense attorneys do, well, both sides do things, but usually it's the defense attorney that kind of goes over the top. What was your take on the quarters from Reddington?
Well, the thing about it, Ted, people love a demonstrative aid, you know, especially after 5 weeks of being inundated with all sorts of emotional testimony, psychiatric testimony, medical testimony that these regular old people on this jury might not understand when they're using all these big words and naming all these 13 different medications about what Lindsay Clancy was on. But once you have Kevin Reddington up there slamming down some quarters, like to Krista's point, you wake up. Wait, what's going on? What's going on right now? What's he doing? What are these quarters? What's happening? So, I mean, I think it could have been effective in the sense of getting the jury's attention. To your point, Ted, I don't know if it was as effective enough as to, you know, translate into the...
It's not. It's a memory trick is what it is. It's a memory trick. It's to get you to remember his points.
And do things like that. But the fact of, you know, just waking people up to the seriousness of what he felt his closing argument was conveying, I think it was effective in that regard. And I'm monitoring the chat here, Ted. A lot of people have their mixed reviews on the effectiveness of the quarters. One chat here said he laid the quarters down for every lie that the prosecution told. You know, so people feel strongly about what happened here. I think it was effective again in the fact of gathering attention.
He's likely done it before in a case over the years. Your thoughts, Rick?
I think those same quarters he's had for about 30 years now.
But why wouldn't he pick them up? Because Sprague, I mean, good on her. She took advantage of it, took one by one, put them into her pocket after she made a point.
But, you know, it's a lingering memory. You know, I tried a case once where we had this one photograph that showed this blood on the defendant's cuffs of his jacket, which was pivotal based on the facts. And every chance that I got, you know, and is this a picture of the defendant? And we had it on the screen there, and, you know, and I'd just leave it there and go on with my examination. Defense attorney would look up and say, could we take that picture down? So maybe he left it there so as she's doing her closing, they can still think back to that.
Yeah.
But I think we all have little things like that. You grab the jury's attention because he had the 3 points that he wanted to make sure they got those. You do something like that, you got to make sure that it hits. But on the defense side, it's also a way to physically demonstrate to them what they're going to hear. It's you. It's your burden to prove this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the argument within that demonstration.
All right. 6 hours, 48 minutes and counting. We're not going anywhere. Hopefully you do not either. We're back with more of our continuing coverage. It's rolling coverage. It's Verdict Watch in the case against Lindsay Clancy from Plymouth, Massachusetts. Back after this.
Yeah, I don't know. Who thinks we're going to get a verdict today? Can I start a poll? Can I do that for my phone? Can I start a poll for my phone, or do I have to do it online? Let's see. Yeah, I think I have to do this on, right? Let's see. Yeah, I think I have to do this on online. Okay. let's hear from, while we're waiting, let's hear from Dominic Dunn, what he says about these expert witnesses that come from Park Dietz. This is the late, great writer Dominic Dunn, whose daughter Dominique was murdered and whose killer got a slap on the wrist.
I only cover the trials of the rich, powerful, and famous because it is different for them than for other people. Because they've got the bucks to spend on the $1 million lawyers, and they've got the bucks to bring in the expert witnesses. Jurors fall for those expert witnesses every time. I call them whores of the court because they can be bought by either side.
Okay, so there we go. There we go. Always gives me a little lift. Okay. We will verdict predictions. I think it's going to be, will come in today, Monday, or hung verdict today. I mean, if it goes into like Wednesday of next week, then we're in trouble for sure. Monday. And then I'll just add hung verdict. I don't know. Hung jury. All right, here's the poll. Let's see where you guys are going to go with that. A lot of you think it's going to come today. Wow. That would not be good, right? That would be like an acquittal, right? Wouldn't you think? If it came in today, or maybe it would be, I don't know. You just don't know. Yes, that's what I said. His daughter Dominique was murdered. And he got a slap on the wrist. Now Vanity Fair is like the Innocence Fraud magazine du jour, and Dominic Dunn would be rolling in his grave looking at what the stuff Vanity Fair is putting out. You think it's quicker, more chance of guilty? They say that, but then there's been some, there's always exceptions. You don't know.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Verdict Watch in the Lindsay Clancy case outside
They haven't
the
gone till
courthouse
lunch.
in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Whether you're watching
Not
on
till
Court
1.
TV, the Court TV YouTube page, or the Law and Crime Trials YouTube channel, glad you're with us. 6 hours, 52 minutes, getting near 7 hours. One question, which we had earlier today, but otherwise the jury of 9 women and 3 men hard at work in the deliberation room. Gives us time to go back and think about the evidence, the crucial evidence that came, and also those closing arguments, which both sides leaned into at the end of this case. The last word that the jurors got. The journal evidence was used by both Kevin Reddington and Attorney Sprague in the closing, starting with Reddington, but she picked up the journal herself and had an answer for it. Let's remind everybody what they said.
You look at her journals that she took, you'll see as you go along in the dates that she's recording in these journals, she's talking about the drugs that she was prescribed. And look at the first page. Look at how detailed. Dates, how she felt, 10 milligrams Prozac, and it goes on like that, goes on through November into December. December 9th, 10th, 11th. Horrible, intrusive thoughts. Horrible thoughts in the AM. Horrible thoughts. Horrible thoughts. No motivation. And then finally, horrible thoughts, no motivation, deeply depressed. Then, that's around the time she went to Women and Infants Hospital, right?
So it's not, my girlfriend's just writing me and saying, it's not unusual for a psychopath to say they're depressed and to seek out medication. They're looking to feel something. But this also had the added benefit of getting all the focus on Lindsay Clancy, right? And and it was a way to get those kids away from her, right? She hated being with those kids. Get them some more toys, get them occupied, put them with chicken nuggets in front of the TV, get them away from it. Take Cora on a skiing trip. I'd love to hear the true narrative of that skiing trip. She took with her father.
She is very detailed, excuse me, about when she took medication, what she took, the amounts she took, what the effect was for months, starting in October and going all the way up to January. And where it stops, January 18th. Someone who's been so meticulous about everything all the way up to January 18th, and it just stops. And it's as if she's decided she's done trying. She's decided that it's too much, and she doesn't want to do it anymore. And so she just stops keeping track.
Why didn't we hear about...
Mr. Ramey, Rick Grundy, Cody Thomas, all with us here. The Journal, back and forth.
Why didn't they hear about her searches on her phone? Can you cure a sociopath? 4 days before the murder. She knew by the January 18th, she had all the alibi evidence she needed for this case. What is horrible thoughts? Who writes horrible thoughts in their journal? My thoughts are so too horrible to describe here. Horrible thoughts. What were those horrible thoughts? But we know she was thinking about harming the children in the car because someone did a search about disabling the airbags. Could I do a Karen Reed? Could I get into an accident? Make it look like an accident in a car. And I survive and the kids. That's a little risky.
Out. And, that's why I wouldn't discount that as one of the possibilities here. And, this is true with the experts as well. I think that both sides had very stellar experts. They both looked at the evidence and got to different conclusions. Both seem...
Yes, we heard about those searches at other times. But Judge obviously allowed in her, I've been thinking about her, and I know I'm fixated on this, but I really think it would have been so easy to show a jury this and explain this to a jury. Bring in a cognitive behavioral therapist and have them explain what affirmations and gratitude lists are about. Affirmations are new positive thoughts. Okay, so the idea is that your thoughts create your feelings. So whether it's rational motive behavioral therapy or cognitive behavioral therapy, that's the bottom line of it, right? So you start to listen to what you're telling yourself, right? So if you're telling yourself all the time, I hate my kids, I hate my kids, I hate my life, I hate my family, you would be encouraged to create new beliefs that you tell yourself and to practice it. So what was Lindsay Clancy practicing? Telling herself, I love my kids. What loving mother has to write it down in her journal on October 24th, 2022, months before the murder. I love my kids. I love my family. Someone who's all is going in their head. I hate my kids. I hate my family. I hate my husband. And the way she felt about those kids was expressed in the basement of her Duxbury, Massachusetts home, and left as a gift for her, the husband she hated. Real talk. You know, we had no real talk in this trial? Very little real talk.
People across the country on this chat are thinking about that. Imagine what that jury's thinking back there. So I feel like a hung jury could be it could be highly likely here. I'm not saying either way, but I could for sure see that happening.
Yeah,
for
just
sure.
Past the 7-hour mark in deliberations. Let's get another commercial break. We'll continue.
7 hours. So now they're into the real nitty gritty.
Lindsay Clancy murder trial. Back after this.
Going back and forth. Some are stuck one way, some are stuck the other way.
And instead, we were rushed to Shriners. But we walked into her room, and they had...
What was that? What was that? Was that an ad? What the heck? So Matt Walsh made the point, the fact that she's even trying to evade punishment is proof enough that she wasn't insane when she committed the crime. If a loving parent woke up from a psychotic stupor, I've been saying this since the beginning, this is all common sense, and found out they'd done something like that, they'd beg the state to execute them. So you can't really argue this, I don't think, as a prosecutor. I don't think you can argue the fact that she's not pleading guilty shows that she's guilty. I don't think that would go over too well. They would want to be found out guilty. They'd want to be punished to the fullest extent possible. But I think they could have pointed out, that she's blaming everyone else. When does Lindsay Clancy take responsibility for anything? It's the pill's fault. When does Lindsay Clancy take responsibility for not following instructions, for jumping from provider to provider, from doctor shopping and seeing two providers at once and not telling each other about the other provider? Right? Not telling one provider about the other provider. Every rapist, murderer, and predator in existence has mental health issues by the standard of a normal person. They're all sick in the heads. They all have intrusive thoughts, and a huge number of them have far more serious stories than Lindsay Clancy. Most of the worst people in the world who do the most depraved and horrible things were mistreated as children. Lindsay Clancy, we haven't heard any evidence to that effect. Subjected to all kinds of horrific abuse. Pick any serial killer at random and you'll very likely find that they have been victimized, according to them. Mistreated and even tortured. Some of them were really mistreated. Some of them claim they've been mistreated before they committed their first crime. Many of them can claim they were abandoned by the system, much more convincingly than Lindsay Clancy can make that claim. And yet we all agree in almost all of those other cases that these sadistic predators, in spite of their significant mental health challenges and whatever terrible things were done to them, must still be held fully accountable for their crimes. Lindsay Clancy cannot make an insanity argument. That would have also applied to all of the worst, most barbaric freaks in history. To carve out some kind of special ad hoc exception or case would not just be unjust, but totally incoherent. But I thought he said it better here. The insanity argument for Lindsay Clancy is just this. She had the thought and desire to strangle her children to death. I would have written she had the thought and desire to murder her children by strangulation. And she set out and achieved that method of murder on every single one of her 3 children, including her 8-month-old baby.
The journals. I don't know. You ever watch the movie there, The Shining, with Jack Nicholson? Remember the scene when he's sitting there in
what?
Psychosis, and he's writing a book and he's typing, and the wife finds the book and
It's a
opens it up
movie.
and looks at it and says, "All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy." Repeated after repeated after repeated. And he
It's
says,
a
"You know, I
movie.
get it." You look at the records of her Googling drugs. You look at how many times, how many hours of the night in the afternoon she's looking this stuff up, in between taking care of the family, in between all of the stuff that was going on with visiting doctors.
In between nannies and mom helping and Patrick Clancy helping. I don't know. Does it bother you when I break in like this? Because I don't want to pause it because I don't want to get behind.
Not getting it.
Kevin Reddington comparing his client to Jack Nicholson in The Shining.
She wasn't a hypochondriac,
downward spiral in
Tiger
closing
Lily
arguments.
girl,
7 hours
in my
and 5 minutes,
opinion.
our continuing coverage of deliberations.
She was making an alibi. She was looking for drugs. She was looking to feel something. She liked benzos. She got as many of those as she could. She liked gummies. She liked alcohol. And as for Kevin Reddington's argument that she didn't drink except when she was breastfeeding, she stopped breastfeeding Callan, in my opinion, so she could drink more. But she said she had no more than, I mean, she knew how many to say, like no more than 2 drinks a day, 5 nights a week, which puts her way under the amount of drinks you need to, start red flagging an issue.
Can't hurt.
Yeah, Krista, your thoughts on the all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy.
It's a movie.
Because that wasn't quite the moment in that movie, if you saw the movie.
Well, and I think that The Shining is prolific enough where I think most people would have gotten it. And I don't know. I think that, and in fact, I think I recall hearing that the reporting on this from maybe Sarah Gillespie that the jurors are not necessarily younger in this case. So maybe they got it. And, I think when you come up with these analogies as a lawyer, you do try to find something that will fit, but you also want the jury to understand. So hopefully it landed, because it did with me. I actually did understand it, and in that moment, because that was certainly, a very good analogy, to demonstrate the psychosis and how it was, manifesting, and it could be visualized if you were just looking out for it. So I did like the analogy myself.
Yeah.
Movie analogies, we know the power of it. But the problem with The Shining is that Jack Nicholson deteriorates in a visual way, in a way that we can talk about his behavior in that movie. If we're talking about the movie, never mind that it was written based on a book. Written by an author who has supported child murderers' innocence fraud campaigns, even when they pled guilty to get out, like the West Memphis 3, like Stephen King, enthusiastically wrote articles in support of the West Memphis 3 child killers, convicted child, basically paroled child killers. So think about that. Now his book, which became a movie, and it's really like a iconic movie, like an important movie in American culture. It's being used to get a triple child baby killer off.
Power of her, not being as truthful as she should be with her psychiatrist, things like that. So, I mean, that's a topic of discussion here now.
Oh, I'm not.
Yep, need a break. We're going to get you back. We're going to
I do need a
right
break.
after this. Stay with us.
I need a break. I need a lunch break. How's everybody else? What are we on? Like, yeah, 46-year-old movie. It doesn't matter. I think if this is an older audience and they say this is an older jury, I'm not saying Stephen King isn't a good writer or whatever. I'm just saying he supported child killers enthusiastically. And I believe he supported Cyntoia Brown. Am I crazy about that? Maybe. I think it's a war for the heart and soul of this country, the morality. Because once you start, I think it's been going on for a long, long time, but the more killers you excuse and hold up as heroes, that creates, there goes the real victims get forgotten, and our sense of justice gets totally perverted. I mean, it's really a reversal of everything that's right and good in our society. So as Martin Pribe says, one of the few other people talk about innocence fraud, he covers Chicago, which is like the innocence fraud capital of the world. I don't know if there's more than a city with more innocence fraud in it than Chicago. He says they turn the cops into criminals and the criminals into folk heroes. And that's certainly happening here. Although, strangely, the cops have not been demonized the way we've seen in other killers' trials with pretrial innocence fraud campaigns and other killers with post-conviction innocence fraud campaigns. But when we hear of the chaplain, right? The chaplain, Sheila Cunningham, the chaplain. Does everybody remember the chaplain's testimony? Who came in like a character out of Dynasty. Hair fully curled and done up. Dressed for the part. And talked about how she and the killer talked about their faith together. I mean, here's this woman who's supposed to be a woman of God testifying for this triple baby murderer and talking about her religious beliefs, I mean, and her relationship with God. I mean, if that doesn't turn your stomach, I don't know what will. Sheila and her mouth, too. This is going to be sad. I feel like we're going towards I hope we get a hung jury, because that means there's some people with conviction on this side. My real fear is an acquittal. And this is why I said I would never cover another Massachusetts trial. We never talk about, in true crime, how important these judges are.
Welcome back to Court TV Live and the Court TV YouTube channel and the Law and Crime Trials channel. We are simulcasting our coverage of the deliberation process in the case against Lindsay Clancy. We're outside the courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. The jury inside the deliberation room has been at it for 7 hours, 13 minutes, and counting. Just about now, 1 o'clock is normally in Massachusetts when the court staff and everybody takes lunch. We're not sure if the jury will deliberate over lunch, whether they will take an actual lunch. We're trying to get that information, but they're definitely getting lunch brought in. We know that. There's only been one question so far. It happened this morning after about 45 minutes of deliberations. The question was something to the fact, we don't know the verbiage, but Kevin Reddington shared with us basically the contents. They wanted to see the knife, which was recovered from Lindsay and Patrick Clancy's bedroom, the bloody knife. And they wanted to see the pill bottles, which were referenced in closing arguments by both Kevin Reddington and by Attorney Sprague. The question is why? We don't know, because we don't know the answer that was provided. And frankly, we don't know if those pills were sent back to the jury room. Clearly, the knife would never be sent back unless it was just displayed by a bailiff and brought back out. Rick Rundy's with us. Alexis Rosenberg's joining our conversation, and Cody Thomas is here as well as we wait patiently for any word out of this jury. Alexis, thanks for joining us. Good to see you. What's your overall determination here, your thoughts in terms of 7 hours, 15 minutes? It's a 4.5, 5-week trial. You would expect them to be out this long or much longer even.
Definitely, Ted. I mean, they have a lot of evidence to go through, as well as this is a complicated issue. This isn't, you know, we've got to take in the not guilty by reason of insanity. With the knife, I know that a lot of people have kind of chimed in, but I do think that they probably want to see it for, you know, the sharpness. We're looking at it. It looks like what I would define as a butcher's knife, but I am not known for my cooking. So, I mean, I could see where they may want to be able to visually see that, because we had all that testimony, even though the prosecution was trying to say, no, we're not trying to say that she didn't really mean to attempt suicide. But that's why I would think they might want to see that knife.
Rick, I mean, a knife is a knife, and to Alexis' point, it looks pretty much like a knife that we all are pretty aware of. Why would they want to see that?
So the only thing in the back of my mind that I thought of was that the prosecution made a notice of the knife and slashing at the screen, and Kevin addressed that as well. So if something about that reference to it, and Kevin seemed to mention it along the lines of just like they're using that to say that she was dishonest about whether she slashed the screen or not. I thought it was a throwaway, to be honest with you, but that's the only common connection I thought there was between the pills and the knife, that they were both mentioned with respect to her veracity.
Of the suicide,
can we talk about
which, of course, would be...
Can we talk about that Tumblr that says just because kids? How gross that is. So I assume they're going out to lunch soon, or they're going to bring in lunch and have them keep deliberating through lunch. But it's one now. I need a break. I've been going. I will be keeping. I need to grab something to eat, but I'll be back in a little bit. I thought they were looking at the realness of the end of it all. Too bad the prosecution didn't have an argument that she didn't mean to do it. Yeah, I don't have a lot of confidence either, Alpha. It's not that I don't have confidence in our jury system, but it's just that when innocence fraud campaigns and when the media gets involved and when people are outside the courthouse in pink shirts, they know that it's powerful. It doesn't matter so much what goes on inside the courtroom. It's the point of the innocence fraud campaign is to get it out into the arena where there are no rules, where it's the Wild West, and to put pressure on our court system from outside the courts via the media, via a protest. Let's see what they're saying. What these talking heads are saying. All right, I'll be back in a few. I got to grab some lunch. See you in a few.
Credibility flaw in the prosecution's case, how you come out and kind of double down for a few days on this staged suicide, and then once that hearing gets called mid-trial, you kind of double back and say, well, we're not saying it's fully staged. We're only saying we think the the methods in which she chose to carry it out were insufficient. And I remember sitting there thinking, you know, insufficient on whose terms? Insufficient on what scale are we looking at as far as sufficient ways to unalive people? But maybe, like Rick was saying, maybe it's to make a point here. I don't know why they'd want to see the knife, but again, the vast majority of people on these polls think Lindsay Clancy will be not criminally responsible here.
Alexis, the jury does have that option of manslaughter, and people on the polls picked that very low as a possibility, but it could be that middle ground for a person that does not want to let her go at all, but might say, all right, I'll acquiesce and go to manslaughter if you guys do too. It's a verdict you would never get to, though, just by, you know, in the eyes of the law. It's just, if she was criminally responsible and killed her 3 children, I mean, by the time you got to the 3rd one, we've passed manslaughter. Your thoughts?
I agree. I agree. I think that's a throwaway, like you mentioned. I think that it's either going to be that, you know, they're going to find her either first or second, probably second if they're going to go that way, or as the polls are showing, it's going to be not guilty by reason of insanity. And I think it's going to be a hard sell to get somebody that necessarily on a jury thinks that they're like taking a strong position for first degree to agree to manslaughter. Not an impossibility, but I think that's a stretch, as well as I think someone who's taking a strong stance of not guilty by reason of insanity, you're going to even get them to switch over to manslaughter. So even though they're not supposed to take into consideration the sentencing aspect of it, I think just general knowledge of people know that there's a difference between if she's found not guilty by reason of insanity, that she's most likely going to go into a mental institution or facility, opposed to being in jail for a very long time. And we have to remember, in Massachusetts, if she's convicted of first-degree murder, it's mandatory life without the possibility of parole. They don't have the death penalty there.
Rick Grundy, your thoughts on having the manslaughter up there? Why is it there?
Well, it's there because Attorney Reddington asked for it, which was smart. You know, you want a cascading level of culpability there for your client. But I tend to agree with everybody else that these people, if they are following the trial the way we know they did, they've dug in to a pretty strong position, and they're unlikely. Somebody who thinks that this woman murdered 3 children is not going to be happy with a manslaughter, and somebody who thinks who had no control over herself, no appreciation for the wrongfulness of her act, is likely not going to want to go there either.
So you think hung juries is absolutely on the table, and is it probability in your estimation?
This is always such a hard, when people get locked into positions. I don't see a person who's really locked into the lack of criminal responsibility moving. If the people who are just like, lack of criminal responsibility is a sham defense, I still believe that, and there's not 6, 7, 8 or people like that, if it's 1 or 2 people like that, maybe they give in after a while. You know, strange things happen as time passes by in a jury room, and they don't know. I mean, they know probably enough to know that there are such things as hung juries, but they're not told, well, keep going another day and then you'll be free. They're sitting there and told, keep going.
By design, yeah. They're not told, hey, if you guys have trouble, don't worry about it.
Right.
We'll just hang the jury.
Right.
No, it's the opposite. Alexis, when you are in this position, you've worked so hard on a case, you've done everything you can, and now you sit and wait. What is that like?
Well, as the attorney, I mean, it's stressful. You want to do the best for your client and get the best result. And, you know, the prosecution, obviously, you've spent so much time, you've lived this case, you've put all your energy. This was a long case, and I think what a lot of people are also missing, as long as the jury was sitting there was so much work that was put in from an attorney perspective into this case. I think, like, for instance, you know, Kevin Reddington had brought up, I mean, this was a whole family endeavor. I mean, he had his son taking on one aspect who is in the firm with him. I think he had another daughter that also is an attorney that was doing a different aspect of the preparation. And then he has, I believe, a daughter that's also a nurse that was helping with the medical records and all of that. So there's a lot of energy. You're living this for a lot longer than the actual trial. Then as the defendant, I mean, your life is on the line. Her life is on the line here. And there's the amount of anxiety everybody was testifying that she was having during this trial. I mean, this is even heightened because this is going to determine whether she spends the rest of her life in prison, potentially, or whether she is going to have the opportunity to hopefully get well and eventually be let out.
Yeah, Kevin Reddington did say that she was scared as part of his remarks leaving the courthouse yesterday and worried. What's it like for you when you've done all your work and you got to wait?
Hopefully you have, you know, even if it's just a closet that you can lock from the inside. I just can't be around people, you know. Groups will gather, whether it's investigators, family members, whatever. The worst, I hate to say this, God love them, the victim's family, you know, and they want to break the tension with conversational, and I just can't do it. I just can't do it. It's tough.
And you work for them. Do you think it's odd for these prosecutors to not have that? Because part of the process, typically in a trial for a prosecutor, is that you're fighting for justice, usually for a human being, not just the decedent. It's the mother, the father, the aunt, the uncle. There isn't that element here. Must that be strange for the state or the Commonwealth?
It's strange, and it certainly leaves a void there when there's nobody. You know, oftentimes you have, I think the most common situation is if you have a domestic homicide, and the children often will be supportive of the defendant. If you don't have a videotape of this happening, you don't have a long history of physical violence, there's room for them to believe their father or mother is not guilty. A lot of times you'll have them against you, and it's awkward walking by them in a hallway and everything. They hiss at you or whatever. But again, you'll have some other tertiary family members who are very supportive.
Right. And Cody, again, that dynamic, it just isn't here in this case. And it's so bizarre because every case we cover, there is that voice, that person that's fighting in right lockstep with the prosecutors. They hug afterwards. It's just not here.
It's just not here at all. That's what makes this one so strange, Ted, and the fact that, you know, it's Karen Reed was up there in the same area. Obviously, not the same sort of case, but you see this big crowd of people with the similar sea of pink that we see outside the courthouse here now. But it's just like this is one of those strange trials that kind of speaks to some higher conversations. Whatever it is resonating with people across this country, they just feel that it's something they should show out for. I mean, you had people showing up, bringing their children to meet Kevin Reddington earlier this week, taking pictures with him and leaving little, you know, sweet nothings on his car and things like that. It's just now he's pretty much like, you know, the face of women's rights moving forward in this country now, even though he's simply a defense attorney trying to do his job. But to your point, though, Ted, you don't have that conjoining with the prosecution here. They're pointing the finger. Thank you so much. This is justice for my family. This is justice for whatever it may be. That's just not here. And maybe it's because we're walking that fine dichotomous line of mental health with this one, and people don't want to discredit the reality of that. But it's a different one, Ted, for sure.
Yeah, and it's captured the country's attention, that is for sure. Let's get a break. 7 hours, almost 30 minutes. The jury has been out. Again, we're keeping the verdict clock rolling because we've reached out to the court to see if are they breaking, are they going to deliberate overlap. We just don't know. So we'll just keep it rolling and assume that they're working over lunch. And if we do get information later, we'll make that adjustment and let you know. But it's looking like 7.5 hours at this point. The 9 women and 3 men continue to work in the deliberation room. Our coverage rolls on right after this. Welcome back to Court TV Live and our continuing coverage of the deliberations in the Lindsay Clancy trial. Lindsay Clancy, a labor and delivery nurse, admits that she killed her 3 children. And when news of this case started to spread, people were shocked, couldn't understand why would this mother do such an extreme thing. How could a mother kill her own children? Lindsay Clancy is not the first person to kill her own children. Filicide is what it is referred to. And she's not the first mother to kill her children. Andrea Yates in the state of Texas received a lot of publicity when she killed her 5 children, drowned them one by one in a bathtub. She was found guilty the first time around, but was granted a new trial and was found not guilty by reason of insanity. Philip Resnick, the same expert that testified on behalf of Lindsay Clancy, testified in the Yates case as well. And interestingly enough, Lindsay Clancy heard about Andrea Yates before she killed her children, years before she killed her children, when she was a young nurse. For whatever reason, the subject came up, and one of her colleagues said, "Oh, this is what happened to Andrea Yates." And Lindsay Clancy, at the time, according to the colleague who took the stand in the case against Lindsay Clancy, said this is what Lindsay reacted to and how she reacted.
Lindsay often checked in on her kids while they were sleeping at night. Again, we worked the night shift, and she had the ability to look at her phone and see what Cora or Callan were doing in their cribs, and she shared that with a lot of us. There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old, and Lindsay never let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in parenting, and she was very communicative about that. And Cora was crying on the monitor. It was the middle of the night, and maybe after 10 minutes, she started to call Pat, and he wasn't answering. And she got really worried that Cora was crying, but now Pat wasn't answering his phone. So in the middle of the night, she called the police to do a wellness check on her family.
Okay. And while you were working the night shift, is that pretty much what you both worked together all those years?
Yes.
Would that be through the pandemic as well?
Yes.
Would you say that that was quite a bonding experience, being in labor delivery up close and personal with patients during the pandemic at night?
Of course, it was a very challenging time as a healthcare provider.
Thank you very much. You can inquire.
All right, Como?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the incident that you just told us about where Ms. Clancy was watching the monitor overnight, you were aware that the police responded and everything was fine, right?
Yes.
And you worked with her through 2022 when she went out with leave on Callan?
Correct.
And you never visited their house after Callan was born, did you?
No.
You don't know what was going on in her life, did you?
No.
And she didn't share any of her struggles with you via text or in any other capacity, did she?
No.
And as a labor and delivery nurse, and having been trained in labor and delivery, and you said you worked obstetrics before, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you often have patients that come to you in both those areas that have some mental illness or are on psychiatric medications, right?
Sometimes.
And working labor and delivery, you have some training on how to handle patients that are on certain types of medications, right?
Limited training, yes.
Well, it affects how you're going to go through a birth plan or do a delivery if a person is on some sort of long-term medication, right?
Right.
And so you're aware that Zoloft is something that's deemed safe for pregnant moms and breastfeeding moms?
Yes.
And you've had patients that have dealt with bipolar issues before?
Yes.
And that they have to remain medication compliant in order to manage those things, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Brayton?
So your experience dealing with patients that have birthed a child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent, were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, how could a mother hurt her children?
Thank you.
So Bennington was able to get their Yates story out of that witness on redirect. The Commonwealth then brought Andrea Yates up again and did it in a way to say, well, Andrea Yates was different than Lindsay Clancy. Take a listen.
There are a few reasons why the voice doesn't make sense. The first is she immediately obeyed it. Dr. Resnick, their expert, the one who knows everything about postpartum psychosis, he teaches other psychiatrists and psychologists. He writes books and chapters and articles about how this is a huge red flag if someone immediately obeys a voice. You heard him talk about Andrea Yates, about how she heard voices to kill her children for months. And what did she do? She committed herself 5 times. She tried to kill herself twice to avoid harming her children.
Counsel,
That was all accurate.
let's move on from that.
Alexis Rosenberg, Rick Grundy, Cody Tunks with us. The Andrea Yates subject, amazing how much it came up because, of course, Resnick was the expert that the defense contracted. He worked on the Yates case, and then, of course, we just heard those 2 other times that it came up. First of all, the Reddington didn't get it out of the witness on direct. He waited till redirect. He called that a bear trap.
Yeah, I no doubt, knowing Attorney Reddington, and certainly fair game and smart play, that was a plan to come back and whatever she got, which was really nothing out of that witness, was going to shut the door with that. And I think it was a ooh moment for everybody. But in addition to that, he was putting a welcoming mat out there for his expert witness. So, you know,
Yeah.
he wanted them to have some understanding of that case before his expert took the stand.
And Alexis, the close from the Commonwealth, Attorney Sprague, also pointed out some very clear differences before Judge Sullivan cut her off in terms of if you want to compare Andrea Yates to Lindsay Clancy, Andrea Yates did everything she could to prevent these feelings from taking over. Was that effective?
Well, the judge did shut that down. This is an interesting judge because his facial expressions and how he jerks his head around when he hears things is very interesting to watch. But I don't think that was very effective because she came out of the gate saying, oh, the defense expert knows everything. And to me, that's basically saying, yeah, just disregard our, experts because he really is the person you should rely on. And there's going to be differences. Not everybody is exactly the same, but there are similarities between Yates and the defendant.
Yeah, and you're right. That's a good point. Even the prosecution experts had to admit that Philip Resnick really is the OG in this scenario. He's been around it and dealt with postpartum psychosis and testified not only in the Yates case, but has written a number of articles, etc. Cody, thoughts on Yates getting into this one, another very high-profile case years ago?
I think that was inevitable that it would come up. Of course, not the exact same cases, but the way I like to describe it, it's like the same trunk of a tree, just different branches, but the same foundation is there. And to Rick's point, I think when Reddington was bringing Andrea Yates up on the redirect, I think that was the red carpet, the welcoming mat before Philip Resnick gave his testimony, like, let's talk all about this, let's put this in your mind, and now, boom, the expert that testified in this big high-profile one back in 2006, he's also the one that's going to be here, and he has all these these different credentials and all the merit and all the knowledge specifically toward filicide, which of course that's the whole crux of what's going on here. So it was inevitable for it to come up, and I think rightfully so. I thought it was interesting that even during the prosecution's closing that the judge kind of like cut the prosecutor off from getting deep into it. I thought that was a little bit strange because, I mean, you're allocated an amount of time to have your closing argument, but he told her to move on. But neither here nor there. But I thought, you know, this was going to come up for sure in this trial.
Rick, why did Judge Sullivan cut her off? Should he have?
I think he probably should have. I think she was going to get too close to the nerve in talking about the facts of a separate case that this jury is not there to decide. And he probably had the same concerns with Kevin when Attorney Reddington started in on it, but he did it in 1, 2, 3, done. I'll sit down. I don't want to go to sidebar. I've done what I wanted to do. This is super inside ball. If anybody on the jury knew this, I'd be shocked. But you heard two of the Commonwealth's experts questioned about working for Park Dietz Associates.
Mm-hmm.
Park Dietz was the wherewithal for mental health defense appearing on behalf of the Commonwealth back when this happened. Park Dietz testified for the state in the Texas case of Andrea Yates. The case was overturned because of Park Dietz' testimony, some of it being found to be false. So Attorney Reddington obviously knew all that, and I think he maybe just kept mentioning Park Dietz in case there was that one trial guru on the jury.
Absolutely, yeah. He did everything he could to continue to say Park Dietz this, Park Dietz that. Let's get a break. 7:45 and counting. The jury has been out deliberating the case against Lindsay Clancy. 9 women and 3 men, all in a room trying to figure out what to do with the 36-year-old former labor and delivery nurse who killed her 3 children. Stay with us. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Verdict Watch in the case against Lindsay Clancy. We're in Plymouth, Massachusetts, outside the courthouse. Inside the courtroom, there's no action, but our camera's there in case Judge Sullivan takes the bench if there's another question, or, of course, if there's a verdict. The jury of 9 women, 3 men have been at it, nearing 8 hours. Again, we're not sure if they took a actual lunch break or if it was a working lunch. We know lunch was provided. So we've just let the verdict clock roll until we find out differently. We'll assume that they worked over lunch, and we'll adjust if we find out differently. So maybe it's less than 7:50, but that's where we're at. One of the targets for the defense in this case and strategies was to put others on trial, other entities, other people on trial other than Lindsay Clancy. And one of those others was Dr. Jennifer Tufts. She was a physician that interacted with Lindsay Clancy, but she never met her in person. She only met her over Zoom, and she prescribed Lindsay different medications throughout this process. Here's Kevin Reddington in his clothes with one last dig at Dr. Tufts.
This woman lived for her kids until she had the pleasure running into Dr. Tufts of her 2 months experience. And after she ran into Dr. Tufts, it was not a wonderful life anymore. And what did Dr. Tufts do? And everybody laughs at me. I said the television. Okay, I know it's a telemedical thing on your telephone or on a Zoom. Take more pills. You have the medical records. You heard the testimony. You know her concerns. You know her fears. Does this seem like a young lady that didn't care and wanted to score more drugs off somebody? That's another repulsive allegation.
Dr. Jennifer Tufts was thrown on the hot seat. Her experience wasn't, well, let's face it, she didn't have much experience when she first encountered Lindsay Clancy. As a reminder, here she is on the stand talking about prescribing Lindsay after seeing her via Zoom for the first time.
She felt awful. She couldn't sleep, had insomnia, which became worse when she increased the dose. She didn't want to eat. She was having diarrhea. Food felt really unappealing. She was more depressed on it, crying all day yesterday, which is not normal for her. She had some mental fog and was terrified to start something new.
Did she also tell you about her anxiety level?
Anxiety was really bad even before med. Now hard to differentiate. Overnight racing thoughts, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts, something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone.
That must have given you concern that you had a pretty sick patient on your hands at that point, right?
I was concerned, yes.
Rick Grundy, Alexis Rosenberg, Cody Tufts, still with us. Jennifer Tufts. I felt bad for her. Actually, she's someone with not a lot of experience. She just finished her residency and had a few months under her belt when she encountered Lindsay Clancy. And she was put in a difficult position on that witness stand in such a high-profile trial. But she's part of the equation here. Your take on how she fits into the defense argument and ultimately how the jury may factor her, Lindsay's, care, and specifically with Tufts.
So, yeah, I definitely was sympathetic towards her. She's a cog in the line that leads to, arguably by the defense, the ultimate homicide of these 3 children. I'm sure she was hit hard by that. I think to the effect that there was a shortfall of medical care here. It's an indictment of our current medical system and how it's handled, that a person in this situation didn't have someone immediately to say, I'm going to get so-and-so involved in this because this is of a higher grade than I should be dealing with on my own. But in addition to that, I think we did get a little leveling out of this by the close of the trial and by the closing arguments, that there was some shopping being done by the defendant with respect to the medical advice, and based on, arguably based on what Dr. Tufts was told, what she prescribed was appropriate.
And the experts that were brought by the Commonwealth testified to that. Alexis, Tufts, your thoughts? Did she move the ball for the defense? Because that's what they were hoping.
So, Ted, I am like chomping at the bit. I don't feel sorry for this woman one bit. I have represented and represent doctors on a regular basis, and I can tell you that she should have been able to testify in a very clear and concise manner about the treatment that she provided this patient. And her records definitively, there's an obligation that those records reflect that treatment clearly. And I also think that the licensing board for the state really needs to take a look at her practice of medicine. And you were right, Rick is right. Maybe it wasn't just her. It could have been, maybe she should have gotten more support. But the bottom line is she is a doctor, even though she was off her residence a hot minute, but she is still a doctor, and there are duties and responsibilities and obligations that attach to that, under that, and she can't throw it off onto someone else. She has that obligation for that treatment that attaches to that. Now, what's interesting is, don't forget, there's a civil case that it's been filed related to the treatment that was received by Lindsay Clancy. And many of these doctors that had to get up on the stand as well are part of that lawsuit. And in fact, all of that testimony that was given, because it was under oath, can be used against them to, show that they were negligent in the medical, treatment that they provided to Lindsay in that civil case. And I am sure it will be used, because the attorney that's handling that case was in the courtroom for that testimony. And what's interesting about her is that she, and I'm sure Rick can talk, about this as well, that she is known for taking down corrupt situations. She is not our typical medical malpractice attorney. But yeah, I don't feel sorry for her at all.
Cody, those civil cases, boy, you could feel it in not only Tufts, but the other ones that are named in those suits. And there's two of them, one from Patrick and one from actually Lindsay. This was guarded as it gets for a medical professional on the stand. It was a lot of ums and waiting and pausing, and it just felt stagnant. And you have to think it was because of those civil suits brewing, and who's ever representing her and her practice was in her ear before she got on that stand. But it's an underlying factor, is it not?
Absolutely. I mean, she's probably, dancing around some answers that she otherwise would have answered in the way she felt she would. But with those civil suits looming over, she probably, maybe I shouldn't say this, maybe I should say it like that, and kind of, word it this way. But I mean, as far as her as a witness here, I mean, I understand both sentiments here. Her inexperience put under a microscope, obviously, with how she was, fresh off residency and now on this, high-profile trial. But to Alexis's point, you're still a medical professional. It's like, I compare it to Ted, like almost as if you just graduated from the fire academy and now there's a big fire downtown New York City. You can't be sitting there like, oh, I just got out of the fire academy, I don't know how to do this. The people are going to look at you like, you're a licensed firefighter, you got to go fight this fire now. So I see where Alexis is coming from with that. Like, you should have been able to testify in a clear, concise, digestible way about your treatment plan here. But at the end of the day, Ted, I mean, all of that may be true, but Dr. Tufts, I mean, in this particular criminal trial, she's not the one on trial. And I feel as though, when she was brought back up in the closing argument from Kevin Reddington, I understand where he was going with that. I just wondered, the shifting this focus towards Tufts and her treatment history, is that really, explaining how Lindsay reached this point, or was this more of a distraction for the jury from the actual legal question they have to answer here, which is about Lindsay Clancy's criminal responsibility on that day, January 24th, 2023?
Yeah, well, it was a reminder of Dr. Jennifer Tufts, which, of course, the defense wants the jurors to have in their mind as they head to that deliberation room. 8 hours they've now been at it. Let's get a break. We'll get you back. Well, we're not getting you back to the courtroom unless there's some action, but we can look at the seal. We'll do that. While we take a break, we'll come back and look at the seal. Stay with us.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids or them having some sort of ailment.
Those intrusive thoughts brought up a lot in her journals through the testimony of the medical professionals, and as you heard there by Patrick Clancy, as Lindsay Clancy was starting to spiral downhill. We welcome you back. 8 hours and 5 minutes now. This jury has been deliberating. Alexis Rosenberg, it wasn't the journal entries, horrible thoughts, horrible thoughts. Jurors were led to believe that that was what Patrick explained, the horrible thoughts about hurting the kids or wishing demise for them. It's hard to understand that she wouldn't have shared a bit of that with any of these medical providers. She didn't take the stand, so we never heard, from her. But to a person, everyone who saw Lindsay Clancy said no, she never said that she was going to hurt these kids. And that does make a difference, does it not?
Well, I think it does. And also, I mean, the prosecutor came right out and asked Patrick, why'd you leave the kids with her? And he said, well, a medical professional never said that she was, there was a potential that she would harm the children. We did also hear testimony, though, that with this psychosis, she could have been fine and not in the psychosis for the whole entire time. A lot of this testimony was going back 4 months that we're talking about. I wouldn't say that it would be unusual that, based on the testimony that we heard, that she wouldn't share with family members that she was going to harm the kids. We also heard testimony that she may not have shared that, even though she was thinking that with the medical professional, especially considering that seemed to be that she had a lot of, cooks in the kitchen. She had a lot of different medical professionals as well. But one thing, that it could have been that she shared it, but not to that extent. I mean, we're not going to know, and the jury can just take the information that was presented during the trial.
Rick, there were a few of these little gaps that just weren't clarified. That, again, this jury's trying to tackle something that's an inexact science, very difficult. And here's a little tidbit: do with what you want with it. Yeah.
So I think, and particularly with Patrick Clancy, but I think in general, you have a problem there, which the lawyers struggled with, is that this is a unique area of medical care, that if you have a sore leg and they take an x-ray and they say, yeah, your leg's broken, this is 90% of it, it's self-reported. So if that person who is suffering from a medical defect doesn't report every little step along the way, there's nowhere else to get it very often. With respect to Patrick Clancy in particular, I don't know why they didn't ask him. Did you say? What's a horrible thought? What kind of horrible thought did you have? And the only thing I can think of is I know that a former prosecutor I worked with for years represented Patrick Clancy for purposes of having a 911 call not broadcast.
Yeah.
Did he have that attorney meet with the prosecutors prior to his testimony? What kind of preparation was done? Was it limited? Was some of it off grounds? Did they not know what certain answers to questions would be?
Yeah. I mean, they did ask, what were those thoughts at one point, and he said, well, that she was going to maybe hurt the kids or was wishing that they would get sick. It's just a horribly sad case, and the fact that these 3 kids at the end of the day are dead. There's a lot of armchair quarterbacking. Rick's earpiece keeps falling out. We better take a break. 8 hours, 8 minutes. We'll continue with more right after this. Stay with us. Welcome back to our continuing verdict watch coverage in the case against Lindsay Clancy. I'm Ted Rollins. We're outside the Plymouth County Courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts, and inside the jury of 12. 9 women and 3 men are deliberating the fate of Lindsay Clancy. 8 hours, 13 minutes, and counting. The former labor and delivery nurse admits to killing her 3 children, 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan, on January 23, 2023. What's at issue here is whether or not she's criminally responsible. Was she in the state of psychosis when she killed the children? That's what the defense is hoping the jury will believe as they deliberate. The prosecution, the Commonwealth, disagrees, believes that this was a woman that, yes, was suffering from depression, but wanted to take her own life and decided that she would take her kids as well because she is the only one that can really take care of them. Patrick Clancy was the first witness to take the stand for the Commonwealth, and all eyes were on this husband who also lost his 3 children. He's the one that made that horrific 911 call that was so emotional that the judge agreed with Patrick Clancy's attorney not to let it out of the courtroom. It's sealed. The only people that have heard it were a select few members of the media and this jury. Patrick Clancy basically told it the way he saw it. He talked about finding Lindsay, then finding the children. Let's go back and listen to more of Patrick Clancy on the stand.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay. So she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelada, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelada, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask for it to be admitted.
Sure, yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her, watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't?
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and, or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away. Mm-hmm. And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Gelada said you can bring them to like a police station, they get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as Exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in Exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
You see. $30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan, so that aligns with.
But the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxyzine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022 for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
hydroxyzine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
All right, Patrick Clancy on the stand. Boy, we'll talk about kicking off a trial and catching people's attention. Everyone was riveted by his testimony, and we're still talking about it now. Matthew Timpatic is a defense attorney in this area, in Plymouth, worked out of this courthouse. You're very familiar with the jury pool here. To what extent did the Lindsay Clancy case, which just happened up the road in Duxbury, infiltrate the potential jurors? And do you think it's, that we can say with a straight face that this panel is not being, not swayed, but interacted with by family friends? And, everybody knows this is going on. If my Uncle Jim is on jury duty, and he's been on jury duty for 4 weeks in this house, in this building, everybody knows what's happening.
Yeah, that's how small town Plymouth is. It might be the biggest town here, but it's still a small town. So these jurors are basically not speaking with anybody about it. But at the same time, it's really tough not to hear what's going on, not hearing people's opinions. They've been instructed not to say anything to anyone. It's been very difficult the last 6, 8 weeks, whatever it's been, doing so. But when you be able to actually get an impartial juror, not swayed, what is good about this, there aren't protesters out there, people trying to potentially influence the verdict. The juror's able to sit down and do their job and base their verdict based on the evidence and the evidence alone.
They clearly know the world's watching, though.
It is absolutely true. But that's part of what it is. When you're a juror, you're understanding that everything outside this courtroom doesn't matter, and that's the only way to go about it.
Yeah, and we have to have faith in the system because it does work, and I do think that most people do they take it seriously. You see jurors in a courtroom, some take notes, some don't. It's the way, but all of them, almost to a person, take it seriously. It's very rare you see someone who is, sometimes you'll see a sleeper, but we do take it seriously when put in that position. Let's talk about Patrick Clancy. We're just listening to some of his testimony. He's been the target of a lot of wacky conspiracies since, but this jury has no idea about that. As far as this jury is concerned, Patrick Clancy lost 3 children, got up there, and somewhat defended the person that took his own kids. How effective was he for, I guess, the defense? It was first Commonwealth witness, but boy, having that person with that amount of loss support his ex-wife spoke volumes.
It did, because when you're thinking about it, that man lost everything. He's lost his kids, he lost his marriage, he lost everything. And by doing so, his message testifying said, I support her. I believe what they are saying, the defense is saying, that she was going through something that we can't explain, that wasn't natural. Was it postpartum psychosis? Was it postpartum depression? That's a question of fact for the jury. But him testifying, especially first, was a very powerful message to the jury. And that there wasn't, he he forgave her. There was no resentment. It was, this is where we are at, and I'm trying to move forward with my life.
And he was realistically on that journey with her as she started to go downhill. And we were talking earlier, you know, it's not just Patrick, but when you've got Patrick's mother, Sue Clancy, up there, you of course have Lindsay's parents. But to a person, there wasn't anybody who was able to come on and say, this Lindsay Clancy was a real piece of work. Before this, I always knew she was bad. It was the opposite, and yet the Commonwealth articulated in their open, be ready, we're going to show you the real side of this monster in the wheelchair. It didn't pan out.
And it never happened, because what this whole case is about is what was going through Lindsay Clancy's head at the time that the killings occurred. Not after. Did she know right from wrong at the time of the incident? And they didn't put on some individual like, oh, she was always like this, she was planning this. Nothing. It was, and that was also the part of it, and the jurors, whether they caught it or not, they didn't really get into at the exact moment whether or not they proved beyond a reasonable doubt that she knew right from wrong. And that's what the whole case comes down to.
All right, let's get a break. 8 and a half hours now. The jury has been at it. We didn't factor in the lunch break because we weren't sure if it was a working lunch or if they actually took a break. We're still working to confirm that. But 8 hours and 30 minutes, 29, and counting, 9 women, 3 men, deliberating the fate of the 36-year-old mother who killed her own children. Stay with us. Okay. Did I miss something? Did I miss something? I come back. Did they get sent home for the weekend? What happened? What happened? All right, let me go back. I went for lunch and it was like, and we were talking earlier, you know, it's not just Patrick, but when you've got Patrick's mother, Sue Clancy, up there, you of course have Lindsay
Okay, we're still live. Okay, it looked like it wasn't live anymore. Right? No, is it done? So confused. Hold on. Let me. Yeah, it's still live. I guess they stopped. They said we we can't handle it. We'll see you if they say anything. Even wow. Okay. So even law and crime stop their
Welcome back to our
coverage for a
continuing
second.
coverage of deliberations in the Lindsay Clancy case. There's a live look inside the courtroom. If Judge Sullivan takes the bench, of course, we will head in there. That is our camera, and our cameraman, Rich, will be the first call that is made. If there's a question or, of course, if there is a verdict. 8 hours, 35 minutes and counting. It's now 2:15 in Eastern Time on a Friday afternoon. Some would say this is prime verdict time because the jurors typically, if they're close, will wrap it before a weekend. But this is a very complicated case. We don't know, and we've only had the one question since then.
Not really very
room,
complicated.
we're here, we're monitoring it, and we're glad you're along with us, whether you're watching on Court TV or...
I think this jury foreperson is a problem. I think she's going to take them into directions. Oh, this guy. I haven't seen him since Karen Reed. Oh, I don't think it's complicated. Could she just establish right from wrong? And we know she could, because when she woke up, she said, do I need a lawyer? Consciousness of guilt. Oh, here's this
Delaware Valley
idiot.
Health.
Sorry, he's not an idiot.
That's
It's just
basically it. That's what we're hearing. Again, CNN is reporting
So
that. Does it
tired
have
of these
anything to do with
experts.
this case? Anything to do with his testimony? We don't
And their
know.
clueless opinions.
But Matthew Tempanik, it could have something to do with a potential appeal if Lindsay Clancy is found guilty.
Absolutely, because when you think about it,
This
it could
guy's a
be
defense
arguably
attorney.
Brady material if that's an avenue for Kevin Reddington to be able to cross-examine the witness on, because it goes to credibility. Okay, why are you no longer employed there? Is any particular reason? That's an area where they could have explored. And if there were to be a conviction, I would expect that to be one of the appellate issues.
The other appellate issue likely is the blurting out of mortal sin, first by prosecutor, one of the Buckingham it was, and then it came up through the expert witness as well later, and both times the jury was admonished and told that this was stricken, and there was...
Didn't Dr. Mack come from Park Deeks and Associates, or is that... Didn't we hear about him and Dr. Helburn hanging out and talking about their testimony or going to testify?
He was exposed to the Catholic religion and the mortal sin.
Yes,
theme.
it absolutely could have been. I think Judge Sullivan, based on all the factors, made a decision that it's like, if this results in a conviction, that mistrial will be an issue will be ripe for appeal. But it's to the point where I don't need, it's kind of discretionary. I could issue a mistrial here and nobody would question me, but at the same time, I can get away with saying, I'm going to deny it and we're going to continue on and give a curative instruction.
Mm-hmm. But, you know, if Lindsay Clancy's found guilty, that would go down. Again, CNN reporting that Delaware Valley Health has severed ties with Dr. Avram Mack, who we watched testify in this trial against Lindsay Clancy. And part of this was a memorable witness. Why? Because he went toe-to-toe with Kevin Reddington, and Reddington went after him. Let's go back and listen to some of the back and forth between Reddington and Mack on the stand.
Part of your evaluation would be an intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate.
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that?
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you? And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
Back and forth. In fact, it got worse the next day when he was appearing on Zoom, to the point where I believe this was the witness where Reddington was having a communication problem and he couldn't hear him, and he just said, "I don't care," and he walked back to the defense table. Again, the reporting is he's lost his job. It can have nothing to do with this. Who knows what happened? But the timing.
It sounds awfully like Karen Reed, right? Where people went after him. I don't know. This is why expert witnesses adopt so much of the defense's strategy for fear of losing their job, I would think, testifying these high-profile trials for the prosecution. Park contracted with Mac and the other doc. Thank you, Dr. Helburn. Were all three of the defense witnesses, or was the last one, who I can never remember his name? Hold on. Were they all from Park Deeds? I didn't look into the last one. Okay. Dr. Avram Mack, Dr. Kirk Helbrun, and Dr. Gregory Sadlov. He was the best of the bunch. Wasn't a high bar. It wasn't a high bar with those expert witnesses. Brought to you by the people who got another baby murderer's conviction overturned. Andrea Yates. Brought to you by the people who overturned got Andrea Yates's conviction overturned with their other bizarre, totally untrue theory of the case. He's a senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit in Virginia. And he was the best of the bunch. There's just news out that one of the victims of Jerry Sandusky, is recanting his testimony. Victim number 11 or 10, excuse me. Victim number 10. So they're all anonymous, is recanting. So what that means is that Sandusky, who's had a ongoing innocence fraud campaign, has like a private investigator or someone who's gone out and pressured this person to recant their testimony. Recantations like this should be looked at, according to our courts, with suspicion. That all of a sudden, years after the fact, that they're recanting their testimony. But they will use people like FBI people, ex-FBI people, to go after these kind of people and convince them to recant. Am I confusing everybody? I don't know if Lindsay Clancy is going to prison. Looks like she's going to a mental hospital so far. Or we're going towards a hung jury. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know. I do not know, guys. That's where you think is that your opinion or is that your prediction, Lou? Cold facts. So 45% of you still think we're going to get a verdict today. Very hopeful. I have a very hopeful audience. 35% say Monday, and 20% say hung jury. But this does not bode well that the expert has already gotten fired. This means that the Lindsay Clancy supporters are calling up and complaining. Really? Because she was doing big tweets about Lindsay Clancy's poor mental health in the beginning. She was totally pro her in a week or two ago. What happened? I'm talking to you, Susan Hicks. What changed her mind? Tide turned? I don't know. Something else? Some piece of testimony? Something else? I don't know. You know, I just think that I think common sense should have been the common sense, and then don't fill in all the blanks. Just say there are some things we don't know in this case, and we'll never know because no one's talking. We can't know. But loving mothers don't kill their children. And there's no sign that anything happened here with any medication. Why don't they just say she made an alibi? She was a nurse. We didn't hear about that. That's so key. She knew how to make records. She knew how to make a case. She knew what a convincing history of a case looked like. Right. I don't believe she doesn't remember. She remembers everything about the way she killed her children. She's not giving it up. And I don't believe she brought them down to the basement one by one. Why did she use 3 different bands if that's the case? If she could just use one band. And I don't believe that Patrick Clancy does not remember the way that the ropes were tied, the exercise bands were tied around his neck and what he did with them. If he knew the children were dead, why did he touch them?
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the deliberations.
I was talking to my girlfriend. This is what she was talking about.
Murder trial. We're in Plymouth, Massachusetts,
very convincingly.
Where the jury of 9 women and 3 men have been hard at work all day long, 8 hours, 47 minutes and counting. That includes the lunch break. So we're not sure if they actually took a break or if it was a working lunch. Bottom line is, over the 2 days, they have had a considerable amount of time to at least get the feel for where each other are. The question now is, to what extent are they split? Will they come to a verdict on this Friday afternoon before 4:30, or will they be back on Monday? Many people think it's going to be maybe Tuesday, Wednesday.
So maybe I just explained it, but I was talking about George Sathoff, the last prosecution rebuttal witness, not Mac. Mac was contracted with Park Dietz and Associates.
Outside on the lawn, and then came into court and supported her. Let's go back and listen to more Patrick on the stand.
Were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle,
Okay.
so.
And then just ask you about one more, the trazodone, prescribed on November 16th, 2022, by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these,
Out of those, yeah, it's possible that not.
Right. Are we supposed to say that there are pills, bottles somewhere else that would paint a different story? Because it seemed to be the same bag referred to by the defense. Hollywood grip by Lindsay Clancy murder trial. This is from page 6 Hollywood. With the biggest studios plotting projects. So Lindsay Clancy's story is soon to become a major motion picture. Oh, looks like we're back.
I want to say 3 or 4.
would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on
Wait,
November
I thought
16th,
the judge might stop here.
2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
Okay. And she drove herself home from the hospital then? Is that correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we were doing things regularly.
So there's been another copycat kind of case, Kaylee Earhart.
With food trucks.
Slit the throats of her 3 children. The 5-month-old and 3-year-old are dead, and the 1-year-old survived.
In November,
I'll show you some of the police conference.
Yeah.
Give me a hot minute.
Under arrest in this current and is currently being held at Burley Morton Detention Center.
Hold on, let me go back to the big
The mother had locked herself in the home with her 3 children and was going to kill them. On arrival, officers heard assault happening inside the home and forced their way in, finding 3 children ages 5, 1, and 3, 5 months, 1 and 3, with serious injuries. 22-year-old Kaylee Earhart, the mother of the 3 children, have been placed under arrest in this current and is currently being held at Burley Morton Detention Center pending formal charges. At this time, we can share that the 5-month-old and the 3-year-old have passed away. The mother had locked herself in
The order was we went to Wallingford, where her parents lived, in the week before, and then the week after, we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as Exhibit 5, I believe.
All right, that may be marked.
5. Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone.
Okay, right. But she's able to do everything. Low energy. She was quiet. All she had to do is just say, I'm really depressed. I'm really struggling. Everyone gave her a hug, rushed to help her. She could get away from those kids she hated.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay.
That's interesting because lawyers are asked to not ask questions if they don't know the answer. So obviously they thought he went, but they didn't ask him. They saw it in his calendar and they didn't say, did you actually go or did you cancel this or blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Kind of odd, right?
You recognize this photo?
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you two photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
You could have the first photo of all 5. 6. And then the second one is Exhibit 7.
I mean, if he really thinks she's sick, and why didn't the prosecution bring this up? If he really thinks she's sick and she did this when she's sick, why isn't he still married to her? Sickness and in health, till death do us part. Did anybody, is that too close to religious? Are we going to get an objection from the defense there?
It's good to be back at Oak Street Hill.
Annoying commercials. What are people talking about on the Ducks Berry deaths. Free talk forum on Reddit. She left them discarded on the basement floor like broken toys because she was done playing the game. Because she wasn't done playing the game. According to them, she was still playing the game, right? What's the game? She was done pretending she was a loving mother to everybody else. I think the children knew the truth. Patrick Clancy had to know how she parented these kids. Cora had to be struggling. That daddy-daughter time that they took, that ski trip that they took together, and leaving his wife alone with the most frustrating child, Dawson, the middle child, the one that said was the most difficult child ever. Right. What kind of loving mother fights for a lighter sentence? No sentence. She wants no sentence. And then she wants everyone else to stand up and say that they're responsible for her murder of her kids. Her and her husband, ex-husband, excuse me. How dark is that? It's everyone else's fault. It's not my creepy, stone-cold psycho of a wife who killed our 3 children that I was supposed to love and cherish, but that he apparently had to remind himself every day that he was lucky to have. It's kind of like how Lindsay Clancy reminded herself every day that she loved her kids. Because every day she's thinking, I hate these kids. And what she's trying to look like in her journal, she's trying to look like a mother who's really struggling. How do you do that? Wow. Really struggling with the kids. So happy when I get help because I really struggle. Between having a nanny and my mom who will drop anything at a moment's notice and come help me, and my husband, I'm really struggling. I have 3 people helping me out, but it's not enough. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get it. I don't think we're getting a verdict in this. I mean, that will be a slight win for the prosecution if they can even get a hung jury in this. Because they did such a poor, just a bad job.
This young lady did nothing wrong in her life.
We're here to support Lindsay.
You are a biased weasel.
She was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
So why did she specifically do it? She was depressed. She was exhausted. She was done. She didn't want to try anymore. She felt damaged.
Welcome back to our coverage of Verdict Watch in the case against Lindsay Clancy. A live look inside the courtroom where, if Judge Sullivan takes the bench, we will immediately go there. 9 hours and 2 minutes. The 9 women and 3 men on this jury have been working diligently to try to figure out what to do with Lindsay Clancy. The 36-year-old former labor and delivery nurse admits she killed her 3 children. The question for this jury, was she in the throes of a psychotic episode when she killed them? And is she or is she not criminally responsible for their deaths. We'll continue to wait patiently if there's a question, or of course if there's a verdict. You'll be the first to know, and we'll head into the courtroom. There's been one question so far. It happened today, about 45 minutes after they started deliberating. Matthew Paddock is with us, defense attorney here in Plymouth, Massachusetts. That question had to do with the pill bottles that were showcased by Kevin Reddington and used by the Commonwealth too in the clothes, and they were found in the drawers after the investigators had left. They, for whatever reason, weren't taken into evidence, and Reddington made a big deal out of it. They also wanted to see the knife. Thoughts on that? What possible reason would the jury, in this case, it wasn't a stabbing, the knife was used to inflict the wounds on herself, Lindsay. Why would you want to see the knife?
It's possible the knife could have been thrown in there so the jury doesn't know, is telling everybody what they're focusing on. It could be a red herring. The pill bottles were very important for the evidence because remember, Kevin Reddington at one point put all of the pill bottles on the witness stand just to show all the different medications Lindsay Clancy were on. So when I heard the knife was asked, I'm like, I don't know what they would want to do with that. I knew what the importance of the pill bottles, so the knife could just be a red herring.
Because really the Commonwealth's sort of low-key assertion from openings and even through cross-examination was that this wasn't a real suicide. Lindsay, oh, come on, she didn't. Then in the close, they clarified or changed positions after their expert said it was absolutely a real suicide. Otherwise, I couldn't come to the conclusions I did. They switched
They said it in the beginning of the case.
Natural instinct when...
No. No, they didn't.
Given the tenor before that moment.
Yes, that was a good recovery.
It happened way before their
you
experts.
You introduced that to show the defendant's narcissism. She had the ability to kill her 3 kids, but she did not possess the ability to kill herself.
And she's a nurse. She knows the mechanisms on how to kill. It was just her natural, the Commonwealth would argue, resistance.
My memory is that it came in very early on in the case, this idea, because I honed in on it right away. It either came in the opening or in the first couple days of testimony from the prosecution, this nonsense theory, because I started talking about it right away. Why does the prosecution have such a weird theory of the case? Why is this case so weird? Why is their theory of the case so odd? It came in really early. Why is Court TV putting out this misinformation that they only switched when they heard their own expert? They knew what their own expert was going to testify to.
Prove that, because otherwise you're going to alienate the jury throwing out assertions you can't back up.
Which they didn't, if you believe that their assertion was that there wasn't, it was a feigned suicide. And it absolutely felt that way because they brought up the streaks of blood on the back of the house, the paneling, saying that, well, she may have just put herself out of the window and then grabbed on and lowered herself easily. That's why we see these blood streaks possibly. But then they reversed in closings. Do you find that jurors hold attorneys accountable if they say something in the open and it doesn't come to fruition during trial?
Absolutely, because
you can't
remember,
take the Court TV
opening
testimony.
are
Right?
the roadmap
Here's
for
the
how
problem.
you
Hold
want
on
the
one
case to go.
second.
You do not want to say.
This isn't. No, I'm talking about the Commonwealth's theory of this case, not the defense's. The Commonwealth's crazy theory that they got from this expert Hellborn, Dr. Hellborn from Park Dietz and Associates. We heard about it very early on into the case. If it did not come into opening, it was like the day after that or the next day. Because I started talking about it on my channel very early on into this court case. So it was not, they did not wait until after their expert testified. And I'd have to go, this is what's so annoying about true crime, debunking someone in true crime. You have to go back through a lot of testimony to prove it, but I will. When did this come in? The problem with turning off this is Law and Crime. Law and Crime bought Court TV. So I'm on the Law and Crime feed, but they're playing the Court TV feed. There really isn't, I can try to look. I can't play the AP feed because we know what happens with that. I didn't play the AP feed, but you know how the AP is about their copyright stuff. So if I can find one, I just don't want to miss it when they send I don't think we're going to get a verdict today. That's just my feeling. I just want to have a record when the judge brings back in the jury and sends them home for the weekend. So what choices do I have? Okay, let's see if there's like another channel that's kind of neutral. I don't want to play a channel. Maybe, how about Fox 9 Minneapolis? Would you prefer nothing? Like just looking at a seal on the wall and quiet? I don't know. What would you guys prefer? Because I'll switch to Fox 9 Minneapolis if we can watch it here like this, right? Hold on. We can just have quiet. I don't know. I don't know. Do you prefer that? How are people feeling? Yeah, people. Anna, you say Fox 9? Everyone's sick of Court TV and this. The prosecution, I'm not saying they had to, all they had to say is to the jury, use your common sense. Like, think about the way that she operated. She was a planner in this field. Who knew you didn't cut your wrists this way if you want to, right? This way if you want to end it all. I don't think they scored anything, Polichica. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a prosecutor. But I have been arguing my case, my opinion, online for the past 9 years in a very minority, difficult position. So I've been usually in the minority in true crime. Not always. And I'm usually talking about some kind of fraud, some kind of manipulation. Not always, but mostly on my channels, I talk about victims' rights and innocence fraud. So I'm talking about cases that have been propagandized outside of our courts to put pressure on our courts from the outside in. I have found that it is not helpful, that you might think it would be helpful. And I learned this very quickly, like within the first 2 years, that it does not helpful to concede half of your argument or half your case, concede half of the defense's talking points in an effort to either win the argument or to look like you're being fair and you're not, it's not a vendetta against Lindsay Clancy. It's like, I wish the prosecution had asked, why does Kevin Reddington think we're prosecuting Lindsay Clancy? Because we don't like her face? It's because she stood up and said, I killed my 3 kids. And there's been no evidence of postpartum. There's been no evidence of psychosis. She's never been diagnosed with those things. But why not leave a little bit of space for a little bit of skepticism? Why this affirmation of this, of the defense's talking points? Like everything else, we have an unreliable narrator here. I mean, I don't know. Would it have been better to get the defense to take Patrick Clancy as a witness and to cross-examine him? I don't know. But Patrick Clancy knew that by supporting his murderer, the murderer of his children, his ex-wife, that he was subverting the trial in favor, because he knows that a favorable verdict, for whatever reason, I mean, there's so many more reasons than probably we know, but we do know that he's very money-oriented. And he's like, well, nothing can be done to help the children now. They're all dead. Who cares about justice? She was sick. How can I make myself look the best? How can I gain the most from this? Sort of an opportunist, unsentimental. Who loved these children? Feels like nobody, doesn't it? What a thing to do. What a betrayal. What a betrayal of your own children that you're supposed to love inherently just by the fact that they exist, that they were born and that you helped create them. What a betrayal. To support the woman. And you imagine how helpless they must have felt with their mother applying 10 pounds of pressure around their necks, and they're waiting for daddy to come save them. He never comes. What a horror. Instead of saying, I'm going to do everything to make sure that my wife is punished to the fullest extent of the law, he's here to support her and to say everyone else did it. It was everyone else's fault. It's the medication's fault. It's the provider's fault that bent over backwards to help my wife. How disgusting. So a polygraph isn't admissible, right? So why was there no discussion by any of these experts? This is what my girlfriend was asking when she just called up at the lunch break. You're talking at the lunch break. She was saying, why wasn't any of those experts talked about how she searched twice for can you cure a sociopath? Why did the prosecutor never said to the jury, P.S. you can't cure a sociopath. There is no cure. Spoiler alert, no cure to that. Why was there no discussion of antisocial personality or personality disorders? Why was all the talk about how she was really depressed? It wasn't that she was like seeking out medication to create an alibi. It was that she was really, really sad and really, really struggling. I mean, you just heard Patrick Clancy talk about how vague it was when she was struggling, right? She was quiet. She was withdrawn, meaning another word for quiet, and low energy. What's low energy? Quiet. How do you get across low energy? Quiet, right? It's all euphemisms for quiet. Unless there's some other way you can be low energy, I guess you could not participate. But there she was participating socially. So I don't know. why was this her first attempt to end it all? If she wanted to end it all, why did she do it when, at a time when someone had her kids? Why didn't she really, she had all these medications handy and she didn't want to take them all? She put Dawson where she could see him when she landed from the window. She wanted to see the devastation of PC finding him. She's sick of all the kids. Yeah, good point, Patricia Burns. All right. So I guess when they send them home, we'll hear. But what a weak prosecution. And like I said, what a terrible. They don't need proof for their closing argument. But I think they did have proof that she did not mean to end it all. Even the judge thought they meant that. So it's not confusing. The judge thought, right? They're like, the judge said to them, well, aren't you trying to prove that she didn't really mean to end it all when she slid out the second story window? My words, not his. Prosecution. Oh no, that's not what we're trying to prove at all. Huh? Why has Kevin Reddington done such a better job of expressing the real narrative to this case than when he throws out these things to mock them and to debunk them and rebuke them in his closing and opening? Why does he do a better job than the prosecution? A stronger case. This case that he presents is stronger than the prosecution's. Was everybody intimidated by going up against Kevin Reddington? What happened to this prosecution team? I don't know. But no common sense was used. And this is what we saw in the Karen Reed case, same kind of thing. We'll adopt some of the Karen Reed narrative. We won't ever find out who Karen Reed is. We won't find out who Lindsay Clancy is. There's limited actual talking to people and interviewing people in this case. And I'm loath to blame the police, but I think that in the case of Karen Reed and Lindsay Clancy, they both thought we have them dead to rights. They're going to throw themselves on the mercy of the court. They underestimate these psychopaths and their innocence fraud campaigns all the time. Who's going to educate our law enforcement about innocence fraud? Who's going to educate our investigators and our detectives on how to cross all their I's and dot all their I's and cross all their T's? Who could have anticipated that Patrick Clancy was going to back this child murderer? Who could have anticipated that? They thought that Patrick Clancy was going to come forward and everybody in the Clancy family and the baby murderer's family would come forward and tell the truth. Instead, when it came time for their family members, they're so ashamed that their daughter-in-law is a psycho murderer, baby murderer, that they're all going to do the okey doke, right? The okey doke. Everything was okey doke. Great mom, loved her, right? Patrick Clancy and his habitual morning hugs. Lindsay Clancy and he hugged each other passionately but habitually every morning. And apparently she would ask for this hug when when they didn't have it. Stopped at 4 yesterday. I don't know. Yeah, there's no Georgia Kappelmans. Boy, those were some amazing closings. Oh, here we go.
Aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror. No. All right. Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? No. All right. Thank you again for following those instructions. And at this time, you may resume your deliberations. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Sure, this way.
All right. Counsel, anything we need to address at this time?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
This court stands in recess.
Wait, are they in recess or did they just send them home? This is what I miss court. Let me go back to court TV and see what they say. What they just said just happened. Wait, or maybe I'll go back a little bit. Should we go back a little bit together? Or was this the beginning of the day and that they're gone? Did we just go to the end of the day? Yeah, that was it. All right, here, what's going on?
Or a defense attorney suggest, I suggest you go back there and you start by blank. We didn't get that today or yesterday with the closing arguments. They're on their own, and boy, this jury foreperson could be leading them. Jurors, impossible to, know what they're thinking when they're sitting there, and that translates into the jury room. What do you think of the idea of going through all of the evidence first before even taking a vote? Have you ever had a jury that did that?
I believe I have, given some of the lengthier deliberation. I've done something like 45 plus trials, and that's kind of the best way to actually do deliberations, because instead of where's everybody's opinion, let's first discuss the facts. Facts win trials. So if we discuss the facts, we know right off the bat, what do we agree with, what do we disagree with, so we know.
Yeah, unless there's a massive innocence fraud campaign. Then you got emotions and you got a whole bunch of other stuff. So I think I went back. I think I refreshed, and I think I went back till this morning. I think that's what just happened there. I think that was this morning, what we just looked at. But we're still looking at a seal. We're still looking at the same thing on this channel. It looked like it was almost done, but it's not done. So this is what it looks like. So sorry about the confusion, but that's what we're looking at. Yeah, the jury, the foreperson can affect the jury foreperson is like the judge. Hold on. So in my case, it didn't really matter much, the jury forewoman. She was picked as jury forewoman because she was the first juror picked, and so she was in seat number 1. Sometimes it's done like that. In this case, it was picked by the judge, and this judge is a former defense attorney. We saw the way he let Kevin Reddington hold court, control the courtroom. We saw him rule very favorably to include manslaughter on the verdict here. Come on. Give me a flippin' break. So in this case, it could make a huge difference. So in my case, the first vote after some discussion was 11-1. Okay, guilty. So all effort after some discussion was put on flipping one juror. Luckily, I didn't have to do that. I stayed quiet. But they control deliberations. They control the discussion. They're the referee they decide what avenues you're going to go down. And this is some woman who's been taking like little notes on everything, which sounds good, but is she going to do this like appeal to authority and take every, you want jurors to not just trust experts, right? You want jurors to really evaluate the evidence on their own, right? We don't want experts to start, we don't have a panel of experts decide cases. We have people from all walks of life. That's how our cases are determined. And verdicts are determined in this country. Right, so we don't want like I know these people talk really well and come in, but that was some nonsense testimony we heard on both sides of the fence in this case from the experts. And I don't understand why they didn't go further with the voice stuff. Like, it's not just that she heard this voice only once. People who hear voices develop a relationship with these voices, right? They know that certain voice is going to say that, like, especially if they're hearing multiple voices, but they get to know a personality. You're supposed to say this strange voice that she's never heard before, she has no relationship with, that they never talked about. Like, a strange person calls you on the phone and tells you to kill your kids or you won't be safe. You go, who is this? This is the last chance to kill your kids. Just imagine getting like a call. You say, is this a crank call? What is going on? Is this a hallucination? Is this what? Never heard this, but you're going to take it. Who would take that totally seriously? And what does that mean? Your kids won't be safe. I mean, she's trying to do it like an Andrea Yates, like safe in heaven. The world is too whatever to save them from hell. I think that's why Andrea Yates, I vaguely remember at the time hearing something like that. But she knows her kids aren't coming back. And why haven't there been any attempts to kill herself since killing her kids? Wouldn't a loving mother be so disgusted with herself who wants to end it all? Why did her feelings of wanting to end it all end with her kids? Right. This judge has already had another verdict. Doesn't mean it's that he overturned. In favor of the defendant. So did he have knowledge of that? And did that make him more likely to err on the side of the defense? We had that too. Sort of very similar case where a woman murdered her children or child. I can't remember. Right. She's fine every birthday. I thought that was really telling. They're like, well, what was she supposed to do? I don't know. Tell someone she's really struggling the way she did pre-murder. I'm really struggling. Not get out of bed that day. Have trouble getting out of bed that day. Why didn't she have any of these problems ever since? Oh, it was because she's taking the right kind of medication. She's not on the dangerous kind of medication anymore, right? Give me a break with this bipolar nonsense. She never had pressured speech. Give me a break. Or a manic episode. But it just happened to have one and kill the kids. Come on. And then to make over $1 million in GoFundMe, there's always money there's always a group of people willing to help a killer in this society, and there's always money. Always money and helping a killer. Doing the devil's bidding. High degree of personality disorders and antisocial personality disorder among nurses. All nurses know this. Just ask them. They'll be like, oh, yeah, I've known some crazy nurses. All right, so still waiting. Verdict watch. It just goes on and on and on. You think they'll maybe, I guess they're not sending him home even in, I thought maybe he'd send them home a little early, maybe at 3:30. But look, the clock is still going. We're almost at 10 hours of deliberations. This is not good. Not good for the prosecution that's going on this long.
Medication that they wanted to pay a closer look at. And you think if they wanted to know just in general.
Right. So they are noting the way that she tried to end it all and that it does matter whether she meant to or not. And that if that's the motive that the prosecution's theory kind of does matter. Doesn't have to be right, but it has to be close to the evidence. It should not contradict the evidence in the case. You know what it reminds me
trial,
of?
especially through the experts.
Look at this flipping scene.
Vinny, Paul Zeisel, we heard from him when we bumped in.
Hey, guys, chill out. Smitty.
As different
Jeez.
as people are saying. I think there was a lot of agreement, especially at the end. You know, the only difference lies in how they interpret her mental illness. I mean, everyone's sort of conceding it. You know, you can take Mac out of the equation just because, the way that went, that's just a different ball game. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. But the other two for the prosecution, were sympathetic to Lindsay. Lindsay was suffering, etc. I think their testimony helped temper the prosecution's ultimate argument to this jury as to where they started and where they ended. So there's not that much difference. The problem the defense had, and they acknowledged it, is that their witness was via Zoom, so he didn't get to come into the courtroom with all the gravitas that he has and the way he's really good at speaking directly to jurors. So something could get lost in translation there. But I don't think there was that much difference other than the ultimate legal opinion. And I think a jury will say, listen, that's our job. Our job is to say whether or not there's criminal responsible. So we'll listen to your analysis, and I think they can have the same analysis as both sides and then come to their own conclusions.
No, Vinny.
Just the way that the experts did.
Yeah, fair. And a draw, you could argue, would be advantage defense, factoring in reasonable.
All right. When you talk like E.F. Hutton, I guess I'm dating myself. Yeah. Expert witness no longer employed. Dr. Aver Mack no longer employed. Nine hours and 37 minutes. Oh, my law. Yeah, I think they're going to come in any minute, and I think they're going to come. They have to come in around what? When are they expected to work till? Like 3:30 or 4 today? I'm here with you to the end of the day. I'm sticking it out with my audience, but this is nuts, right? Long. All right. I'll be back. I'm going to take a little bit of a head break. They dismissed Mac. Do you know anything about it, True Crime? Because Red got him fired. I just wondered if the murderer groupies got him fired. That seems like very similar to what happened in the Karen Reed case. I would think if they're close, they'd want to stay and finish it, right? It doesn't look good for the state, does it? Well, because they conceded half their case before they even started. How can you win like that? I don't know. Like all these arguments, like, well, it doesn't matter because we all agree that she's responsible. No, all these details really matter. They do matter. And of course, the jury does not have to agree or accept the prosecution's case, but it helps. It helps to develop a relationship, and it helps. The jury wants a story that makes sense to them. And it follows what they know about how human beings act on planet Earth. And they're all sitting there, back there, scratching their heads. And I would be shocked if this wasn't discussed or being discussed right now, which is how does a loving mother kill her kids? If not the medication, if not a voice, how does she kill her kids? And that's the best thing that Kevin Reddington has going for him, is that nobody's willing to stand up and tell us what she was really like as a mother. And the people that could tell us, Cora and Dawson, unfortunately, Callan wasn't verbal, being 8 months old baby, can't tell us because Lindsay Clancy killed them. But there is, I think there's Cora's stomach issues was screaming, telling us something from beyond the grave. That trip she took with her father, saying something from beyond the grave. Being around my mother made me frightened. My body was telling me to flee, flight or fight. Get away from this monster. My mother's a monster. She's trying to kill us. Did she try to tell her father that? And did no one listen? I don't know. All right. I'll see you guys in a few. Okay, here we go. 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 We're on 10 hours and 7 minutes of deliberations. Unreal. I think everybody's sort of anticipating getting the, let me put myself back in. Whoop, whoop, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do, well, there we go. I don't know. Is this better for now? I don't know. I don't know anymore, guys. Oh, you can't see the deliberation clock that way. All right. You want to see the deliberation, the verdict watch? But when I go to this tab, it's 9 women and 3 men deliberate the fate of Lindsay Clancy. Right. So that's what we're looking at. So very quiet. So maybe they're not going to invite them back till what, like 4:30? At 6:30, I think I'll be streaming it here. I'm going to be talking about the Nick Reiner case. With the Divulgence podcast. The Divulgence podcast is like so close to getting 1,000 subscribers. If you were thinking about subscribing to a new channel, that would be a good one to do. Put him over the edge. But I'll be doing that at 6:30. I'll try to stream it on my channel if I can. I don't know. It's going to be hard to make a switch over to the Nick Reiner case, although I think there are some similarities. Certainly with the concerted effort by the defense to paint Nick Reiner as mentally ill. Whoop, here we go.
Your Honor, before the court, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, it's my intent at this point to bring the jury in and then excuse them till Monday morning. Okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, present before the court are 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All other parties are present.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. What I'm going to do, it's been a long day for everybody, so I'm going to excuse everyone until Monday morning, 9 o'clock, where to resume deliberations. You know what I'm going to tell you now, all right? And it applies to everybody here. You have to be vigilant to follow those instructions. Don't talk about this case. Don't talk about the deliberations. Don't listen to anything. Don't read anything. And just put this out of your mind as best you can. And we'll see everybody on Monday morning. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all rise. Yours.
Not a good sign for the prosecution. And now they have all weekend to go peruse pro Lindsay Clancy media.
Court's back in session. Please be seated.
Anything we need to address at this time? All right. So we'll be in recess on this matter till Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Court stands in recess.
All right, that's it. That's it for today. No verdict. Boy, it sure looks like we're going towards a hung jury. I mean, it's not a complicated case. I hate hearing court TV go, oh, this is such a complicated case. Nobody can figure it out. It's going to take hours and hours to go through all this evidence. No, is she criminally responsible or not? She said she did it. It should be 5 minutes in. You need guts to try these cases, real guts to try these cases, real courage. Because the defense will throw all sorts of nonsense at you. What if they were 5 minutes away from taking a vote? I don't think they were 5 minutes away from taking a vote. All right, I'm going to close this out. I don't know. Soon, if I don't have much to say. I've been saying what I've had to say, but it really does take real guts to try these cases the right way. And to not, when there's an innocence fraud campaign, and not roll over. I'll never forget talking to a prosecutor who had rolled over for the Innocence Project in Georgia. It was just like, well, they said that there should have been DNA on these ties that he used to tie her up, and there wasn't after 20 or 30 years. So I had to just overturn the conviction. End of story. No, you don't. It could be a holdout our way. It could be 11-1, not guilty by reason of insanity. We don't know. But to put up this nonsense theory that they put up shows that, the fact that they were wanting to look at the pills and the knife shows they're already off in the wrong direction. What is that going to show them? They already know that she didn't take most of those pills. They've already heard evidence on that. And what's the knife going to show them? They already know the wounds were superficial. We want to see the big, scary knife. I don't even understand what that means. So if there is a holdout on our side, that's how I feel now. I feel like it's right. What this tells us, if you have enough money, if you're good looking enough, if if you're lucky enough to have innocence fraud, pretrial innocence fraud campaign, the media will support you, and they'll wear their pink ties and their pink jackets, and they'll show up at court waiting to support a baby murderer. And that's what I've been saying all the way through this. It's like I see a hung jury or an acquittal. That's the way I've been seeing it the whole way through. I would love to be pleasantly surprised and get a verdict, a guilty verdict, but I don't think it's going to happen. Not with the media on this case. Manslaughter. How dumb is that? Right. If you get the prosecution's going to have to decide the way that they're going to try this case a second time. And they have to decide what they mean, because it's you cannot try your case in a way where the evidence contradicts your narrative, and common sense contradicts your narrative. Of course, people act within a spectrum of normalcy of what we know human behavior to be, right? But when they're asking us to believe that it's way off the spectrum, that Lindsay Clancy has had symptoms and reactions that no one else in the history of the world has had, it's a little bit of a leap, no? Tell me one time where a woman loved her children and had a total change of morality, personality, and connection to her children. I do not believe this, that the baby blues made her feel like killing her kids. Nor do I believe she had a psychotic break. Nor do I believe she had a bipolar episode, or, as Dr. Mack testified, a real guy's. I mean, he told the jury it was real. She had some kind of real episode. But she still knew murder was wrong. I hope they go out and interview more people around Lindsay Clancy if we have a hung jury. I mean, this would be of at least an outcome I could live with. Start again, because this prosecution was such a disaster. They didn't do a bad job in closing. They had a few good moments, but you cannot try a case arguing something that contradicts the evidence. And by that, I mean, you cannot argue that Lindsay Clancy's main motivation was to end her life, and that she loved her kids so much and was such a control freak, she didn't want anyone else raising them. Give me a break. If that were the case, why isn't she tried to finish the job? Why were things looking up after the 7th, 8th, and 9th? On February 7th, 8th, and 9th, things were looking up, more hopeful about the future. Why? She hadn't accomplished anything that she wanted to accomplish other than killing the kids. But that she didn't really want to accomplish. She just wanted to do that because she was leaving planet Earth and she wanted to take them with her. She was that attached to them. She's that attached to them. How do you show evidence that she had no reaction? Oh, this is interesting. Can you legally call her a murderer? Yes. You can legally call her a murderer. She's legally a murderer, even if she's not guilty, if she's acquitted because she admitted to murdering her kids. I don't think anybody could do a slander case, but you'd have to talk to a lawyer. I am not a lawyer, nor do I pretend to be one. Just my feeling. Yeah, why don't you get better expert witnesses, or don't go expert witnesses at all? Say, you know what? It's up to you to decide whether she was depressed or not depressed. But we're saying it has no bearing on this case. If it's true, tough for her. If it's not true, she made a great alibi. End of story. Why do you even need the experts, right? All right. I'll see you guys at 6:30 here. I'll be talking with the Divulgence podcast about Nick Reiner, another person who's trying to get out of murdering his parents, famed director and actor Rob Reiner, and his mother, Michelle Singer Reiner, famed photographer, photographed Trump for the Art of the Deal cover. Little known fact. It's going to be, that trial is going to be wild. There's another person that hated his victims, another murderer that hated his victims and wants to kill them again via trial. Nick Reiner, talking about that tonight at 6:30 here. Hopefully I'll be able to restream it here. If not, I'll be at the Divulgence podcast YouTube channel and subscribe to his channel. He's just short 1,000 subscribers. Let's help get him over the edge. All right. I'll see you guys soon. Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody. See you in 2 hours. See you back here for the trial, 8:45 Monday. Have a great one.
Mic check, Roberta strides through the static haze. True crime Gotham where the shadows play their plays. Fraudsters fold when a spotlight beams. Fact focused queen busting propaganda schemes. Glass shatter lies echoes through the streets. Standing for victims, giving voice their beats. NYC Post, truth sharp as night. Roberta exposing she's the anti-fraud light. Hard task warrior, dissecting state and defense. Twisted innocence, claims breaking pretense. Gotham's truth seeker cuts clean with the blade. Facts in the forefront, no justice gets swayed. Cold facts drip heavy, real talk unfurls. Cracking cases open like oysters with pearls. Innocence gimmicks crumble to dust in the wind. For victims, her creed, justice till the end. Headphones blazing, she drops heavy artillery. Narratives twisted, meet blunt object civility. Roberta got receipts that unravel the ploy. Exposing the lies these fraudsters deploy. Glass shatters lies, echoes through the streets. Standing for victims, giving voice their beats. NYC Post, truth sharp as night. Roberta exposing she's the anti-fraud light.